The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Love our Wednesday shows.
You too, pal.
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
You too, guy.
Thanks, Chief.
Did you guys hear who did the sports snort there moments ago? Did you guys hear that?
No, what was...
You didn't even hear it?
Wasn't it Schulte?
It is Schultz.
Hey! I was like, wait, I was wondering if it was a trick question, because I was like, wait, did someone other than Schulte do it? I see him right there. And by the way, hand to God, I had an unbelievable moment last night, because we were thinking about Schulte, because Buckley's gone today. And so Schulte was in doing Hot Corner last night.
Yeah.
And so Buck told us that we were going to have Schulte. And I mentioned that Schulte's dream car is a Mazda Miata.
It's true.
A convertible Mazda Miata.
Did you bring him one?
No, but this happened. It was one of those weird things. You know, like you, what is like the secret, like you manifest something. Mm-hmm. And Schulte was wearing his teal Mariner hat yesterday, although today he's wearing a different Mariner hat, because why wouldn't he be?
How many do you have?
At least 69.
Are you serious?
Not
You have
60.
70 Mariners
I have
hats?
at least 30. Not 70, but I'd say half that.
God.
So he was wearing the teal one yesterday with his gym teacher, Oakley's. So I'm driving home, and I get off my exit that I take. I get off the exit to go to my house, 164th. And at that first light that I come to as I take my left, I look over to my right. Hand to God, there is a white convertible Miata with two, shall I say, large gentlemen sitting side by side, which is hilarious in itself. That there's two men in a Miata, let alone two large men, very girthy men, and the guy is wearing the teal Mariner hat backwards. Now, he wasn't wearing the full, gym teacher glasses, but they were wraparound Oakleys, and I'm like, now we're just doing bits, God.
My people.
Like, now we're just doing bits. I even tried to get a snapshot, like I'm trying to fiddle around with my phone, but then it was awkward because these two dudes probably thought I were making fun of them for, being big. Like, they didn't fit in the Miata. They were, shoulder to shoulder. Like, in no way should one of them, let alone two of them, be in this car. But I'm like, what are the odds of seeing, it could have been Schulte's brother. Schulte's, out of shape brother.
Was it your dad?
Did your dad drive a convertible white Miata?
No, he does not. No one in my family does. And I don't have a brother.
But the Mariner hat?
Man.
What? What are we doing?
Maybe it's an archetype.
Is it a thing? And then
did they have stacks of McDonald's old McDonald's bags?
I should have looked on the floorboards.
Well,
it wasn't
disgusting.
even sunny out, and the guy was wearing his wraparound Oakleys.
Well, yeah.
I was like, what are we?
Hell yeah, man.
And his head was kind of above.
It's a vibe.
He was probably wearing the glasses because his head was kind of above the wind. That thing is tiny.
Oh, yeah.
It is this.
They're small.
Yeah, it's like a little go-kart. Well, Schulte, I just want you to know, dude, it made my day, and I was so disappointed that I couldn't get the snapshot. They took off. The light turned green, and they weren't having any of my shenanigans, and they just, they bolted off in their super slick, sexy Miata. But I was just one of those weird things where I was like, I think I manifested that. Because I was like, I can't imagine Schulte driving around in that little ass Miata. And then I saw it. I saw, 10 years from now, if Schulte lets himself go, I saw what that looked like. And let me tell you, it was a glorious sight.
Yeah, I'm going to try my best not to let myself go. And I can't see over. I'm not tall, so I can't see over the top of it. So I can actually fit in one of those. Or a Z3, just the tiny roadster feel. I'm chubby, I'm not that fat, so I'm still okay.
I just know that every now and then, the universe opens itself up to you and shows you what's capable. And last night, a backwards teal Mariner hat in a convertible Miata, yes, please. Yes.
Makes me feel better.
That's great. What is it called when you hear a word for the first time, and then all of a sudden you hear the word constantly?
Yeah, I know what you're speaking of.
What's that called?
But I don't know.
There's a term for that.
I know of what you speak, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
I had one of those the other day.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Anyway, I don't know why I brought that up.
What was it?
I don't remember.
Because I'm here.
Didn't you just hear it?
No.
Oh. Well, that's
Well, you were talking about like the manifesting.
Oh,
and,
yeah,
like, it's
okay.
like
Yeah.
I was thinking along those lines. It doesn't really tie in. Okay, I'm just gonna let it go.
Loose, adjacent tides. Okay.
You know,
well. Just Schultz, last night about 7:30, I was thinking of you, brother,
I love you guys.
and I
appreciate
thought
it.
about
so wait,
texting you. I'm like, do you have a chubby older brother that's living your dream?
I should have. Man, I wish you would have. I should have played into it. Been like, yes.
Well, I
yeah,
just
that's
the
him.
audacity of those two men to be like, yeah, you know where we're going, Miata shopping. I mean, it's just fascinating. I didn't think that the Miata could go. The suspension on that thing, it must have had like beefed up suspension. I think
No.
they weighed more than the Miata.
Yeah, they were. I mean, it's a lowrider Miata at that point, but its little 4-cylinder can take you. And there's one. I'll never find it because there's only one that exists. There is one It's like a prototype teal Miata from 1991. Trying to get my hands on that, but somebody in Southern California owns it. And be like the
Wait,
perfect
there's
Mariners
only
car
one of
for
them?
me. Yeah. Yeah, there was like, how cars kind of start
well,
with
how
like
the hell are you gonna get your hands on a one of one car, dude? You know how much that's gonna cost?
I don't think anyone wants a teal
Yeah,
convertible Miata.
see,
dude.
Yeah, but
I'm
if
not-
it's one of one,
It doesn't matter.
I'm not going
It
for
does
something.
matter.
I don't
Yeah.
think it
there are a
does.
million Schultzes that want that car.
Is there?
Yeah,
I think there are.
I don't think there is.
There's a
Glenn
few. but
Shannon's
there's
in
not that
line.
many.
Yeah, and I didn't know
That
that
guy had a
this
Miata.
Miata had like the, what do you call it? It had like the hard top in the back. Right?
Well, it was a newer Miata then.
I don't know. I'm not familiar on my Miatas. It just
There's 4 body types: A, B, C, and
oh,
D.
well, yeah, it was.
Oh.
It looked odd because it was like the back of it was hard. So it was like there was a T-top almost on it.
Yes, so
And
that's an automatic. It's an
I
automatic
couldn't
top up
believe.
and
I was
down,
like,
so.
"There's a new Miata."
Hell
Like,
yeah.
could the Miata get any sweeter? Yeah, add a T-top to it. Let's go. It's like Smokey and the Bandit.
Now, do I want to ask why that's your dream car?
Yeah, Buck answered it yesterday. My grandpa, rest in peace, he drove around a Mazda Miata, and he was a roadster guy. And then as soon as James Bond Goldeneye came out in '96, he sold that and then bought a turquoise BMW Z3, just like in the movie. So it's really just a nostalgia. Love my papa.
My
That's all.
grandfather wore one-piece underwear, and yet I didn't make that my dream. I'm just saying.
Really? Is it like
Yeah.
the Mormon underwear?
Yeah, he wore the Mormon undies, but there's a one-piecer.
Yeah, that go. It's like a T-shirt.
Yeah, it's like a long john. Like, yeah, he put that sucker on, and it was
Wow.
the first time. Because like when you're raised in the church, you hear stories. My parents weren't really garment people. That's
The
what they call
holy
them.
underwear.
Yeah, but so
Protect
I
you from everything, won't it?
yeah, and then the first because you hear that there are the onesies, and I was like, whatever. And then I saw my grandfather because when I went down to BYU, I stayed with him for a couple days, and let me tell you, you are not prepared for seeing one Newell K. Brown come rolling in the morning to pour a bowl of grape nuts, just wearing a onesie. Just a onesie
I
church.
thought she wore a muumuu.
That was my mom.
Oh,
My
But
mom.
wait.
My mom was a moo lady.
but Boole is your mom.
Yes, this was my grandfather Newell.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, a
I
lot
thought
of
you
weird.
said Boole.
No, that's
Okay.
Newell. Newell K. Brown. At one point, healthiest boy in Utah, like 1942.
Yeah, I remember that story.
Rocking a onesie. You're just not prepared to see an old, wrinkly man in a onesie. But again, Schultze,
Interesting.
just saying, just because your grandfather did it doesn't necessarily mean you have to make it your dream.
Well, he used handkerchiefs, but that's not really something that I'm on. It's kind of a pick and choose deal.
Oh, the hanky's great. I love the hanky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how practical the hanky is.
My dad
No.
was a hanky man.
Yeah, I mean,
Disgusting.
a lot of the olds in our exactly. A
Yeah.
lot of the olds in our life were hanky men,
Yeah.
and I get it. I respect it, but my God, it's gross.
Yeah.
Like, how often do you have to watch those things?
I don't know.
Or should you watch those things? Because I feel like they never did.
I didn't ask questions. Just my dad always had
And
a.
then they put their boogers in them and stuff. It's
Yeah,
like,
oh yeah, my dad was a nose blower, and then he would use it to like open doors and. I
oh,
don't know.
great.
Yeah.
Blow your nose and then open the door.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember watching my grandma, like, she would iron the entire, probably lot of 10 or 15 of them. Yeah, there would be a load of handkerchiefs.
So, wait, okay, hold on.
Here's the situation.
So,
Hold on, everybody.
have you made an offer to the guy in California for the car?
Oh, I don't even know where that one is. I'd prefer, my grandpa drove a silver one, so if I find a Miata, it's going to be a silver early 90s version.
I got to tell you, I don't
Okay.
think it's hard to find a silver Miata.
It actually is. It is a bit tougher than you think because there were only a couple 100,000 total made in those years, and the color selection was pretty limited. So It's like that or like a turquoise BMW Z3.
Well, I tell you what, dude.
The
I
Miata,
came
I
out
love
of.
it.
We were at Intercom Portland back down on the waterfront there,
Yeah.
back where we used to be.
Yeah.
This was many, many moons ago. You know, you and I are coming up on our 19th anniversary together. And I do believe that this was before you and I.
We're officially partners.
Yeah, because it was probably like 2002, 2003. I was just a young buck in the radio biz, and Glenn Shannon was a big hot
Oh yeah.
rock DJ.
He was the head cheese over
Yeah.
at 92.3 KGON.
That's right, and he was every bit the
Oh, yeah,
part. Like
yeah.
he was a rock guy and
Yep.
long hair, and he drove a Miata. And boy, did he love that thing.
He
He
did.
parked it right up there up front, and he'd keep an eye on it. And one day, I think I parked next to him. I don't remember the exact circumstance, but I think I put a cup on
Oh,
it.
that didn't go well, did it?
Dude, he came charging out of there
What are you doing?
at me. Like, get that off
You
of it.
never rub another man's Miata.
I was like,
ever.
wow. And then I had the thought, I'm like, it's a freaking Miata, dude.
It's not that
Yeah,
great.
like, get over yourself. But Glenn Shannon and I ended up being very good friends.
He was great.
He was one of my favorite
Yes.
people in that building, but we got off on the wrong foot because of the Miata.
Well, you know what you did? You disrespected
I
the
did.
Miata.
Yeah, I totally did, and
Yes.
I apologize.
See,
I was
here's
like,
the thing.
Jesus, man.
Like you wouldn't put that on a Ferrari. Well, to Miata guy,
yeah, you're right.
that's where you go on this. Like it's one
Well,
thing.
you know, should you? I mean, it really raises the question: should you really even put a mug or a cup on
Well,
any
it
car?
raises the question: should you, as a grown man, be driving a convertible Miata? The answer is no. But also, the answer is no. You should not put your cup of
Yeah.
coffee.
Oh, I should have put it on the ground.
Yes,
I don't know why
because
I put it
you
on
never
this
know.
car.
Like you encounter that person, someone will drive. Like I knew a dude that was into Suzuki Samurais. Like you know those.
Oh, I
like,
remember the
yeah,
Suzuki Samurai.
Yeah, when you couldn't afford a Jeep, you got a Suzuki Samurai. Well, I guess it's like a whole community. And we were down in Bend, me and the BTJ, and we were visiting some friends of hers, and he had a Suzuki Samurai. And it was kind of all chopped up, and I kind of made a comment about the Suzuki Samurai. Turns out that's like that dude's whole life. Like he goes to like Suzuki like car shows. It's a whole thing. And I kind of alluded to the fact of like, oh yeah, like we had one of those, like everyone in my group had one of those when we were like 16, and he thought I was taking a shot at. He got very personal. Like there's like every car has their own, like El Camino guy is out there, or you think someone's got like a Honda Civic or like a Prelude, but to him, like he's Tokyo drifting. He's like the Fast and the Furious. He's got some big spoiler on it. And to him, it's like the greatest thing in the world. People get very attached to cars. You got to be careful.
What were those? I had one of these cars that was an Isuzu.
The Isuzu Rodeo?
Amigo.
Amigo.
I had
the
an
Amigo.
Amigo.
That's the smaller rodeo.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
terrible.
Joe Isuzu.
And I remember buying it, and my dad was like, "You sure you want this?"
Zuzas are awesome.
And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I just got made fun of for it.
Yeah.
But it had like the soft top.
Yeah, soft top, like in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people would just come and slice the thing and take my CDs and it's like,
Well,
what am I doing?
See, what you didn't realize is that if you can't afford a Jeep and you can't find a Suzuki Samurai, then you went to the Isuzu Amigos. And then, of course, if you're Schulte, you probably got like a Volkswagen Rabbit Cabriolet. There was a method to that madness. You went down the line until you found the convertible that fit.
God.
So Buck is out today. If
Yes.
you haven't already noticed, it's Schulte in for Buck, and I think Buck is out tomorrow
And Friday.
and Friday.
I am
Okay.
in all week. So
Oh.
good to
So,
be
yeah,
with you
he's-
guys. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, it's nice to be seen.
He's down
Now,
some
he's-
sort of Bay Area.
Well, he's going to his sister's wedding.
Oh, it's a wedding.
Yeah,
Okay.
he said in the Bay.
Boy,
And
I bet
so-
that thing's going to be a whole.
It'll probably be pretty fancy.
I would guess.
Now he texted me today, and he said we'll have to get to this later, but he knows the guy. You know the Washington Commanders guy who's been nabbed by an
yeah.
undercover.
Which, by the way,
Reporter.
that dude is a horrible human being, but at the same time, so are you for going on a date and recording someone's private conversations.
Well, anyway, we'll get to the story, but Buckley knows that guy.
Oh, of course he
He wor-
does. Of course he
Privilege
does.
is
He
awesome.
worked with him
Oh, man.
in the Bay.
Does Buckley know what a hateful bastard the guy is?
I don't know.
or-
I was hoping he'd be here so we
Yeah.
could talk about it,
Yeah.
but he has other things to
Boy,
do.
those are rough
Sorry.
comments. Though it's tough to walk those back.
Yeah.
I'll just,
Well,
you-
we'll get to that.
you may be looking for a new line of work.
Let's get going with our poll question. The NFL is here, guys.
Yes.
And you know what that means?
What do we got?
5:15 backup quarterback game today.
Oh, and I got
Now-
no Buckley.
You have no Buckley. Now I don't know if Schulte's better or worse for you? I have no idea of Schulte's NFL knowledge.
I'm not gonna lie. I am walking in like
You
this,
should be confident.
this year. From my preseason watching, there is not a lot of weird backups. There's always like some dude you've never heard of, like Bajent from a couple years ago. I don't think there's a lot of those guys. I feel pretty confident.
Well, that will be reflected in the over-under.
See, that makes me a little nervous.
It
but
will be the highest over-under
Yeah.
you will ever have to achieve.
I just, I don't know. I'm not nervous about this one,
And
which
if you
probably means
lose-
I'm going to lose.
Well, if you lose, you don't have Buckley, so
Yeah.
Schulte can help you.
Yeah.
But if you lose, we will offer you your job back
Yeah.
with the third string quarterback game.
Okay.
Because the third string thing is a thing.
All right. Yeah. Well,
No.
kind of, sort of.
I mean, it is.
Or if you're Cleveland, you're carrying 4, right?
No, they only carried 3.
Oh, that's good.
At least.
But
I
some
mean,
of
who
the-
knows? I think they're
practice
still
squad.
kind
Yeah.
of updating. Practice squad does not count. They are not on the official roster
Yeah.
if they're on the practice squad.
Yeah,
So
'cause
there are.
I know like Bailey Zappi's on the practice squad in Kansas City.
Yeah,
he
but that
would-
doesn't count. Well, everybody has a practice squad quarterback.
Pretty much,
right?
yeah.
But not everybody has a third string quarterback. But
Yeah.
we do have the list of
Okay.
those who were kept as third stringers.
All right.
And so if you fail this year,
Does it count if I don't know which one's the backup, but I have both quarterbacks? Because like I know one off the top of my head, and I'm not certain which one's 2 and
I
which
think
one's
that's
3.
probably. Well, we'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll see
No.
how we feel it.
Because I've got one of those in the top of my head, and I'm like, I'm not certain who got the job.
That'll be at 5:15. Let's get going with the poll question next on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray. on 1080 The Fan.
All right, let's get to our poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday we asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being most worried, how concerning is Oregon's opener versus Idaho? You said a 5.
Yes.
Now, we gave you 4 options. There was a 2, a 5, an 8, and a 12. And 12 would be aggressively worried, seeing as how the scale is only 1 to 10. 8-1.
8-1, huh?
8-1. Yeah, people are pretty worried. 36% said 8.
Boy.
27% said 12.
Yeah. I mean,
That's 63% of the whole.
I just think as fans in general, we're programmed to hit the panic button. I mean, we live in a world of hot takes. We live in a world of instantaneous, oh my God. We'll see it this week after the NFL. I mean, it'll be week 1 and, Stephen A. Smith will come yelling on there about how someone's season's over or this guy sucks. And I don't know. It wasn't good. It wasn't pretty. But again, I don't know how it can be an 8 or a 12 when you absolutely dominated that game in literally every statistical category except for the score.
Personal opinion.
Personal opinion.
You know,
I mean,
everybody's different.
Yeah, I mean, no one's happy. Believe me, no one's happy about the performance. But for me, I mean, this is going to sound really crappy. I think it was 3 guys: center, right guard, right tackle. If those 3 guys play a better game, and by the way, against Boise, your starting right guard is probably your center. The new right guard is going to be a guy that should have been there but is injured. And hopefully your right tackle, who's a preseason All-American, pulls his head out. So that's why, to me, I don't know. I can't hit any sort of panic button. I put the 5 is because that's the only thing you have on tape, and it wasn't pretty from an offensive standpoint. But I just would tell every Duck fan, just deep breath on this one. After Boise, then maybe we're back to mashing the panic button. But an 8 or a 12, no.
Boise only on Peacock. Is that what I'm reading? The Boise game?
It's possible. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I thought it was the Oregon-Boise State game. Yeah, that's a
Only Peacock, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything else. But that's...
So it's a streaming-only game?
Yeah. It's not an NBC game. Yeah, that's what you're asking. It's a streaming only.
Again, that still blows my mind. That
God, me too.
A top now 7, but a preseason top 3 team. I don't know. It was one was on the Big Ten Network where a bunch of people couldn't see it, and now it's on Peacock. I don't know that. My feelings on the stupid streaming thing. This whole thing is ridiculous. It's stupid.
It's really. It's just kind of the wild, wild west right now.
Yeah.
I think it's all gonna figure itself out as we transition from cable to streaming,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just kind of convoluted. It's a mess.
Yeah, and it's hard to know where to go.
Yes, it's people, especially older people. They're gonna miss these games. They don't know where to get this crap.
Yeah,
they don't even know how to. Even if I told, like I'm thinking of some people in my life. If I told them where the game is, they'd be like, "Yeah,
I'm not fine.
no, I'll tell you. Here's how. I'll write down for you how to get." They won't do it.
No.
And so it's really obnoxious that all you want to do is watch your team, and 2 weeks in a row, in this instance, like the Blazers have had this going for years. I still can't believe the Blazer thing isn't rectified yet.
I know.
But obviously they're
working on something.
I think over the next handful of weeks, we'll find out where they're going to be broadcast, and it will be more readily available. But why in 2024 is that only just now being even attempted to be rectified? It's unbelievable. And then this Oregon thing, you got 2 weeks in a row. It's the most anticipated season in the history of the program. And 2 weeks in a row, they're blacked out on the Big Ten Network, depending on who you have. And then they're on Peacock.
Yeah, and now you're searching for it. And half the time, too, it's like something's on Peacock, but then like if I have HBO, it lets me stream it. Or like it's there's so many times where I don't think I have something that turns
they're
out
all
I do.
Partners, yeah.
Yeah, and
it's
just why, I mean, more and more, honestly, I just go east. I stream stuff now. Because it's frustrating to me finding what and because half the time, even if you have YouTube or you have Hulu or whatever, it's still not enough. We have that with the Mariners in here. It pisses me off. We have every stupid channel you can have in this in this room, including the Major League Baseball package. And yet, if you want to watch the Mariners in here, you can't watch it on the TV.
You know who else you can't watch in here?
The Cardinals.
Cubs the Cardinals because Danny. Because that's
his MLB,
yeah, and the Cardinals are his team. But the Cubs or the White Sox can't watch, blacked out.
Yeah, it's just so dumb.
I mean, come on, man.
They're making it
can't
hard.
Be this hard.
And you can't, especially when your team isn't very good or the game isn't that interesting. You cannot make it that hard for fans, which is why I think the Ishbia guy down in Phoenix is kind of a boob, but the best thing he did was he just said, hey, I don't care about money. I'm worth billions. I'm putting this thing on. Every game that Phoenix Suns will play is on network TV. And by the way, if you don't have an antenna, you can still do that, by the way. You can go buy an antenna off Amazon for like $15.
You sure can.
And
it works.
Yeah, it works.
Yep.
And then there's nicer ones that are like 60 for better range or whatever, but you can buy ones really cheap. But down in Phoenix, if you don't have one, you can go to a website that he set up and say, hey, I don't have an antenna. And they will send you a basic antenna. So like if you want to watch the Phoenix Suns, you can watch them. And I don't know. I think that's amazing that a billionaire owner is like, dude, I don't need however many, whatever sort of chump change my local TV deal is worth. Just get it to the masses and I'll make up for it in people going to games and interest in merchandising and all that crap.
I mean, I've admittedly been stealing my dad's DirecTV login to watch Root Sports. Actually, I'll log in there so you guys can actually watch Mariners games if you want. We can turn them on in the main studio.
I think it's
at
over.
this point.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
it's
in case anybody cares. No one should. But it's I don't mean to. I don't mean to say that you guys are kind of sound a little old here, but like Peacock, for instance, I do feel like it's one of the. I heard Dusty say this. It's not only a great quality, and that's what he was getting at, but it is one of the better quality streaming services out there. It is one of the ones that I feel like does a lot more trials, offers itself up for free, and it is a lot more easily accessible.
Listen, so now you're asking
than the
people
others.
for one game to go in and now do free trials. Yeah,
It's
there's
not
a lot
about-
of people that aren't
man,
jumping through those
here's
hoops,
the
man.
thing.
It's not about
Schultz.
one game. They've had Big Ten games on there all through last season.
Ooh,
Well, I think they had-
my 7-day trial. That's awesome.
They have NFL too, right?
Yes, they do. They have NFL. They had.
Look, I'm not saying it's
And
hard
MLB
for
last year, too.
me. I'm a streamer, and I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's
I find it.
just, and we probably do sound like old people because we're representing the old people. There are people who cannot figure this whole thing out and won't or don't have the money to. And toggling back and forth between free trials and what has what, it really is. It is not straightforward.
No. And there are a lot of people, again, Schultz, you're a diehard. There's no way that you first off, you shouldn't be watching the Mariners anyways. It's bad for your heart. One day they'll kill
It's
you.
over. Admit
It's
it.
over.
I host a
admit it.
podcast
Yeah,
about
just-
them, so
just-
I have to.
Just be,
Admit it.
Shameless promotion.
It is.
Admit it.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah.
It was over on Sunday.
But
Okay.
but my point is
Yeah,
that
it's
for a
over.
lot of people, young or old, and certainly the old fall into this category, is that if you make it difficult for them to watch,
Correct.
they just won't watch.
That's right.
See the Blazers last year. They were down, between 60 and 70% in TV viewership. Look, one, the team wasn't very good. And two, you made it hard for people. I mean, I'm this way. I mean, I'll seek out the Oregon game no matter what, right? But the Mariners are a great example. Normally when I had cable and I had Root, it was easy. I would go home, and most days, because the Mets are usually over by the time I get home, that I was going to watch anywhere from 4 to 6 innings of a Mariner game. It was on in the background. I would turn it on during dinner. I'd turn it on afterwards. Now that I can't, and now that I have to go and I have to use like a Stream East thing and pull it up, and then it's on my phone and all that, I just don't watch. If you make something hard for me as a casual fan, and this is my job, and it's something that I enjoy doing, if you make it hard for me, I'm out. And I'm telling you, there's way more people that are like that than there are the diehards that were like, hey, come hell or high water, I'm going to find this game.
That's right. Because it's not that important to them.
No.
I mean, it's important, but it's like,
Exactly.
whatever.
Yeah, don't make me jump through
I'll go
hoops.
pull some weeds or something.
Oh, God, I do that all the time with
Save some money.
I want to read an article, and I'm
Yeah.
going along, and I'm like,
Oh,
nope.
the paywall.
Yeah.
Or
God,
this one
screw
here.
that.
Hey, just put in your email address. I'm like, nope, I'm not doing
I
that.
don't think so.
No, we're good.
All right. Well, anyway, there's a whole rabbit hole there. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most worried, how concerning is Oregon's opener versus Idaho? 36% of you said 8, 27% said 12, 26% said 5, and just 11% said 2. Today's poll question is there for you. It is on X at 1080 the fan,
By
and
the
it
way,
is
real quick, I'm closer to 2 than I am 12, but
it is which game provides the most intrigue this week?
ooh.
Is it Oregon Boise State? Is it Michigan Texas? Is it Ravens Chiefs, or is it Jets Niners?
It's
Vote hard.
Michigan, Texas with a side of Jets Niners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You like Jets Niners more than Ravens Chiefs?
Yeah, I know what the Ravens and Chiefs are. They're going to be fine. I know the Ravens are kind of rebuilding their O-line a little bit. I'm excited. By the way, I got a little juice on Derrick Henry to rushing title and MVP.
He's with the. Where is Derrick Henry now?
Ravens?
Oh, that's right.
By the way, he was second.
My
He
Ravens.
was second in the league last year in rushing yards, playing behind one of the worst offensive lines and the worst offenses in the NFL. He gonna have a big
Am
year.
I crazy to predict that he'll get hurt tomorrow? Because he probably will.
Because
And
of
be
the,
done
'cause
for
of the
season.
Ravens.
Well, the Ravens running backs are always hurt.
Yeah, but Derrick Henry's kind of a machine. I mean, he just goes. So I got a little juice on him being the rushing title, and dude, you can get him MVP right now for like plus 4,500. And if the Ravens end up winning 13, 14 games, and I think they can, and he's going to get 1,000,000 carries, especially in the red zone, just I don't know, keep an eye on it. I don't think he's going to, but there's some real value there. So I know they're fine, but the Jets and Niners, like I need to see New York because I know San Francisco's good, but the Jets, on paper, if the O-line meshes and Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers, the Jets could be one of those teams. I'm very interested in seeing that one. So I'm actually way more intrigued by that because to me there's an unknown. Whereas the Chiefs and Ravens, dude, you know what you got. Those guys will be there standing when the dust settles.
Right now, 42% saying Oregon, Boise State. That stands to reason. But 22% Ravens, Chiefs. Jets, Niners, 20%, and then Texas, Michigan, only 16%.
Really?
Yeah.
God, I see that's number one.
That seems like
by
a
far
interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all over that. Michigan didn't look very good last week, but they ended up closed out in the second half. Texas on the road, two big boys, defending national champs, a team that was in the playoff last year that people are saying is more talented. I mean, I'm licking my chops over that.
Playoffs.
Let's go.
All right, vote hard. Coming up next, let's get to a little bit of NFL Week 1 talk. How you feel about your fantasy draft?
Yeah, that I didn't have it. I mean,
you feel bad about that?
No,
I played it 1 year.
1 year, and it was
you didn't go well.
Just stupid. The whole thing.
Okay. Well, anyway, Week 1 is here, and we will break it down next. Here is Schulte with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch Time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, the Seattle Mariners, losers of 4 games in a row, 6.5 back of the Astros for first in the AL West. Trying to turn it around tonight in Game 3 of a 4-game set down in Oakland against the Athletics. You got George Kirby and J.P. Sears on the bump. First pitch set for 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, the Washington Commanders suspending Vice President Rael Entine for comments made to an undercover reporter, including the team's players being anti-gay, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones being anti-gay and racist, as well as calling Commissioner Roger Goodell a, quote, $50 million puppet. He's been with the Commanders for 4 years. The Philadelphia Eagles won't have starting linebacker Devin White for their season opener against the Packers in Brazil Friday. White's been limited all week in practice with an ankle injury. The Houston Texans signed backup quarterback Davis Mills for 1 year, $5 million. The Jets adding to defensive back Michael Carter's current contract with a 3-year, $30 million extension that includes $19 million in guarantees. And in the world of golf, PGA Tour stars Scottie Scheffler and Rory McIlroy agreeing to face Live Golf stars Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka in a made-for-TV event that's going to be held in Las Vegas. The match will reportedly take place in mid-December. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or play your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan
podcasts.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right. How you guys doing? Huh? How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Great. Tomorrow, Dan Lanning will return to our program. He's the coach at Oregon. He joins us every Thursday at 4 o'clock. And I'm excited to announce that tomorrow there will be a new sponsor
Oh,
for the Dan
look at
Lanning
us,
segment.
chock full of sponsors.
I know. It's crazy.
In the news, Club 1080,
Yes.
Dan Lanning.
We got the advocates on
Yes.
board. I mean, come on.
You got high-powered attorneys. I got cheap beer with pub beer. I mean,
great. It's great stuff.
Can the new is the new Lanning sponsor?
The sponsor
are
will
they
be.
helping me?
They will be. It will.
You're doing great.
It's going to be Unitas Community Credit Union.
Oh,
That's the new sponsor.
yeah.
You,
Yes.
us, Unitas. How do you feel about that?
Love it.
Anyway, that's tomorrow at 4. NFL kicks up tomorrow. We've got Ravens Chiefs.
Can't ask any more than Ravens
Oh
Chiefs.
my God, no kidding.
I mean,
That's the best game you could possibly put together.
yeah.
Considering the playoff game.
Yeah, I'm looking through the rest of the week if anything even comes close to touching it. I mean,
It
besides the vicious Commanders Buccaneers tilt, yeah, there's not another game that comes close to this.
To me, there are 6 games that are interesting.
Philly Green Bay, maybe the second
You've got
best.
Ravens Chiefs tomorrow night.
Yeah.
You've got Packers Eagles Friday night. That's in Brazil.
See, that's tasty for me because if you want a dark horse, and it's not a dark horse because a lot of people are picking them, but like if I'm not going with the standard Kansas City and San Francisco, like, oh, 2 best teams in the NFL, I think you can make a strong case that Green Bay is a Super Bowl
Wow.
is a Super Bowl team.
You know, they're underdogs in that game.
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
don't know.
I don't, you know me, I'm just Philly to me I'm out on until they prove it. That second half collapse was unbelievable. And now they're saying all the right things and Sirianni and Hurts are on the same page and Kumbaya. And maybe so. Prove it to me. But
Okay.
their roster is really good. I don't buy it.
So we got a Friday night game.
Yeah.
And then nothing Saturday. And then Sunday we've got Cowboys Browns is interesting. That's in Cleveland.
Sure.
Broncos Seahawks course. That's fun. And then you have Sunday night football is Rams Lions.
Yeah, which
That's good.
That's tasty. Like a lot of people like the Rams. I'm not quite as high on the Rams as some people, but they were a surprise team last year. And again, if you want to take a Super Bowl team that's not San Francisco, like if I'm doing my power rankings and my NFC, you got to do power rankings. San Francisco 1, I think Detroit 2, Green Bay 3, or vice versa. Detroit 2, Green Bay 3.
A lot of people talking about the Lions this year.
They should.
And rightly so. I mean,
The Lions are good. If their defense and, you know, Terrion Arnold, who is another guy, they have a lot of draft capital in that. I've seen some people that think that he could be a defensive rookie of the year type. If that defense takes the next kind of step up and Aaron Glenn can get them into, I'm not going to say they don't need to be like a top 5 unit, but if they just play top 10, right? If that's somewhere between, let's go even like 9 and 12, the Lions will be a Super Bowl team. They just need their defense to be a little more consistent.
There's always the groupthink in the preseason of the NFL or any of these sports. And everybody's like, oh, jocking this team or that team. And the reality is the seasons, they oftentimes go wildly different. Not to say that any of the talk about Detroit isn't warranted. I mean, obviously, they were good last year, and Dan Campbell's doing Applebee's ads, and kumbaya.
Yeah. Till someone gets hurt.
At the same time, this bro going to be betting against them because they're the Lions.
Yeah. Well, bet them against your, your own peril because the Lions are good.
I will.
I
just like to go against groupthink.
Yeah, it's just a good roster.
You know what I'm saying?
But again, like last year, no one saw the Texans coming.
That's right.
We just
NFL is wildly unpredictable.
Yes.
I think more so than college.
And this year, it's even, I don't know, like you always do like previews or like I'll go on and do different previews for different markets and stuff. And, everyone always wants that sleeper team. And boy, I'll tell you what, I think this year's hard to come up with a sleeper team. But again, no one would have said Houston is a sleeper team. Like Chicago is one, but again, I don't know if that's even a sleeper team.
I don't think it is.
I think that's one that people are talking about. The one that I'm going with, and I don't think that they win, but I said all along, I think they're going to be a playoff team, and I do think they can make a little noise, is Seattle. I think Seattle is better than people are giving them credit for. and I think they'll surprise some people.
I have a hot Jared Goff stat for you.
Ooh, what do we got?
For the Rams-Lions game on Sunday Night Football.
What is the line on that, by the way?
I have not seen the line, and I should have that because we are talking against the spread here.
I got 3.5 Detroit.
Favored, but yeah, because they're at home.
Yeah, they're at home.
And wasn't that a playoff game last year?
Playoffs.
Didn't they play?
Am
I wrong?
Did they play in the playoffs?
Playoffs?
Now I got to look back on that.
I can't.
I
even
think
remember.
they did.
I thought they did. I don't remember. Anyway,
Playoffs?
Jared Goff career 7-0 against the spread, week 1.
Oh,
How about that?
that is a nice little.
You gonna take the Lions?
If I had to bet that, and I'm not certain. Yeah. By the way, that did happen.
Yeah, they
24-23.
Yeah, it was a great game.
Yeah, and then they got Tampa. I remember Tampa and San Francisco. I was like, I think that's the Rams, but wasn't certain. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm gonna touch that one. I don't like the hook. That will probably be something that I leave alone.
And then Monday Night Football is Jets-Niners.
Yes,
So-
which I'm fired up.
So
for.
some pretty good matchups. Back to tomorrow. A couple of stats. John Harbaugh, 12-4 week 1 ATS.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
That's probably due to his feverish preseason regimen.
They do have harder camps and they put a little more emphasis on it. I mean, there's a lot of people now, and this is why, like I said, the backup quarterback game to me is getting easier and easier because no one's playing the preseason anymore. Like you just get to see more of the backups, and the Ravens are one of those teams that kind of takes it a little seriously. They go a little more old school approach.
Also, Lamar Jackson is 12-1-1 in his career as an underdog.
Oh,
How about that?
oh, that's a little tasty.
10-4 straight up, 12-1-1 against the spread as an underdog. They are 3-point undies at the Chiefs.
I'll tell you what though, and I love the Ravens. Gun to my head, I may take the Ravens to win the Super Bowl.
The old sports gun.
The old sports gun. I mean, I really like the Ravens, but boy, I'll tell you what, you got to have some balls to bet against Patrick Mahomes at home. Like it,
Yeah.
he's kind of entering that weird territory for me of to either bet Kansas City or just. I mean, it's one thing like you give them like a ridiculous point total because they have not been great at covering these last couple years. Their offense hasn't been that explosive and more of a defensive minded team.
They've played with their food a lot.
Yeah. Well, and this isn't. I mean, look, I'm sitting here saying that since Tom Brady, I mean, outside of Tom Brady, dude, there's no one like this guy that you're watching here, 15. He's as good as anyone that's ever played. I mean, there's no way you can make an argument otherwise. He's that good. But the last couple of years, this is not an offensive football team. Dude, they win playing defense. I mean, their defense has been better than their offense. The problem is the defense keeps you in games, and then you get to the end of it, and even if you don't do anything against him for 3 quarters, I mean, look at the Ravens. The Ravens played great against him last year, and it didn't matter.
Yep.
And that's the thing is like it just
they held him down in the second half.
Yes. And so it's just like either you can't hold him down for 4 quarters. And the defense is good enough to snuff you out. Or by God, if it's a close game, is there anyone that you want anywhere near the football who's not number 15? I mean, he's just that good.
Well, got to tell you, fella, fired up. Week 1 of the NFL
Oh, absolutely.
is tomorrow.
Let's go.
College is underway. We are in the throes of it.
Yes, we are. Sorry, family.
Wait, sorry, who?
The family.
Oh,
I'm not paying any attention to them.
yeah.
I got football on.
I do a pretty good job of balancing that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because, well, it's easier when it's your job. Because then you can just
Yeah.
she can look at me watching a game and eye roll.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he probably has to watch this.
Yeah. Mine is usually, hey, you got money on this game? And if I do, everyone kind of leaves me alone. So sometimes I say that I do, even if I don't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do, son.
It's easier.
A
that way.
lot.
Yeah. Look.
As a matter of fact, your next year of college is riding on this game, so you should probably leave me alone.
That's right. A lot of stress right now with the Ravens, huh? Just let it happen.
There are undercover reporters in sports.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
I didn't know that was ethical.
It is not.
And yet it happens.
Well, maybe it's I don't
Is
think
it legal?
I don't even know if it's legal, dude.
I don't think you can record someone without their knowledge,
Oh,
can you?
It's a one-party state. Depends on where you are.
Yeah, it does depend on the.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we'll get to that story next on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Josh paid our guests. What do you think these coaches
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, this next story comes to us from the Washington Commanders of NFL fame.
Of course it does. If it was going to come from one team, it would
Yeah.
come from the Washington Commanders. Even though Daniel Snyder's gone, they're still going to be the Commanders.
I was going to say I thought maybe they cleaned up their act over there.
Apparently not.
Well, but this could happen anywhere.
Yes, this is not exclusive to that. And let me just, again, for the record, this dude is an absolute scumbag. I still kind of feel bad for him.
Okay, the story is that this guy has been suspended. He is the vice president of content
Dude, he's going to get fired. You can't bring him back in.
for the Commanders. His name is Rael Enteen, and
Yeah.
apparently Buck knows him and worked with him in the Bay Area back in the day.
Of course.
Buck is gone though, so we
Yeah.
have no insight into
No.
what this guy's all about. But they have suspended him because he made comments about the team's players being anti-gay, accused Cowboys owner Jerry Jones of being racist and anti-gay, and called NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell a $50 million puppet.
Yeah.
So what happened was he made these comments to an undercover reporter for the O'Keefe Media Group. According to a social media video from that group, Enteen had met the reporter on the dating app Hinge and met with her twice at local restaurants. According to James Keefe, who is the CEO of O'Keefe Media Group, the interviews took place at a restaurant in Washington, D.C. in June. The language used in the video runs counter to our values at the Commanders organization, a team spokesman said. We have suspended the employee pending an investigation and will reserve further comment at this time. He told the undercover reporter that over 50% of our roster is white religious and God says F the gays. Their interpretation, I don't buy any of that. Another big chunk is low-income African Americans that comes from a community that is inherently very homophobic. That is a quote from the guy.
Yeah.
On the video, he is also seen saying some players are dumb as hell, and said some who were smart don't stay that way after getting hit in the head too many times. He also said those who get their heads knocked around a few times are more susceptible to conspiracy theories. He then said, I don't think the commissioner of the NFL hates gay people, hates black people. Jerry Jones, who really runs the NFL, I think he hates gay people, black people.
Yeah. It gets worse.
He was with the Jets for 2 years before coming to Washington. He called the league's social justice initiative performative. He says it's not done out of the goodness of their heart. It's done because George Floyd changed the game. It's to make as much money as possible. The NFL cares about the bottom line like any corporation above all else. He said because the league makes so much money, they can prioritize DEI for the sake of good publicity. He told her that most of the fans are high school educated alcoholics and called them mouth breathers. I didn't see that part until now.
Yep.
Schulte, comment?
Well, I
mean, you know.
pretty funny.
And then he
Sorry.
said...
that one is anyways.
He called all his players very low income,
Not that part.
poorly educated African Americans. Said
Well,
that about
I put
his own
that.
Oh,
yeah,
did you
I
already
read
say that
part.
one?
Yeah, he said he told the reporter whose name was not revealed and who could only be heard on the video that his job is to sell hope. 3 years ago, there were videos of pipes leaking. Fans said it smelled like sewage, but he said he tweeted out that it was just water.
No.
That, he said, is state-run media. And there I give you Rael Enteen.
Rael, not gonna work here anymore. Thanks for coming, dude.
When social justice meets sports.
You're done. Like you can't. You're just done. You're in charge. You're in charge of their content. No, you're not.
In today's day and age where, and look, I think I'm with you in that. Wow, is that legal for her to do that? I guess it's a public place, a restaurant where he could conceivably be overheard, but that seems really shady. It's like somebody texted in and said, it reminded, because this was in Washington, D.C., it reminded him of the old Marion Barry, the bitch set me up.
Yeah.
Well, you saw who did this, right? O'Keefe is James O'Keefe, who used to be of Project Veritas, who did all those undercover like exposés and interviews, of people on the left and stuff like that. I think he got sued, had to start his own company, and now
But it's
because this is intersecting with the world of sports, he's here doing this undercover.
and
kinda
it's
weird.
troublesome because it keeps getting reported as an interview. It wasn't an interview. It was a date.
It was a date.
It's a date.
And undercover is a weird word. Like
Yeah.
that is trying to make it sound like it's perfectly on the up and up and legal, where they're doing like some sort of journalism. No. They're just trying to catch a guy saying stupid stuff, and they did.
In the video, you can see it. They're at dinner. They're having some drinks. This guy went on a dating site. She sought this guy out. Someone said, hey, this guy's got a dating profile. Go find this guy. And, you know, I'm guessing that it probably didn't take much, but she led him down those roads, started asking him, hey, you know, what's your job all about? And hey, what do you really think of Jerry Jones? And like I said, this guy's a scumbag. The stuff he said is crap, but
he probably just volunteers a lot of it. You know, a lot of people love to just talk.
Yeah.
And, you know, like when you're an executive with the Commanders, you know some stuff about the league.
Sure.
And you probably love when you're in private, he's trying to impress a woman, by the way. He probably loves to spout some of that stuff.
Hey, here's my inside scoop.
Yeah, and this happens all the time. I just don't really understand why in today's day and age you would even say stuff like this, even if you think you're in private with. I mean, I
just feel bad.
Just shut up.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're on a date. Or was it Donald Sterling, who, again, it sucks because, again, absolute scumbags. But Donald Sterling is talking to someone that he has an intimate relationship with. Meanwhile, she's recording him so that she can purposely stick a red hot poker up him. You know, this happens. It happened with Johnny Depp and Mel Gibson. Again, terrible people, but I don't know. It seems. I'm
with you.
It just seems wrong.
It is wrong. I don't think it seems wrong. It is wrong. Yeah. But at the same time, I think again in this world of social media and video anywhere now. You really don't need to talk S about anybody. No. Like, you just shut up. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter if you think Jerry Jones is racist. What the hell are you getting out of telling somebody else that? You know, besides losing your job, right?
What you're trying to get in someone's pants.
It's just but there's a lot of different ways to do that. It's just dangerous now, and you got to be careful, man. You just never know what microphone is on, who's recording you, who's tough. It is tough, and I mean, I think maybe in a weird way, it's cleaned everybody's act up. Well, not everybody, but it's made people think twice about just saying some of the things that they would say even in private.
Yep. So here's a guy,
or John Gruden on email.
Yeah, here's a dude that's just going through, going through his life and meets some gal on Hinge that he probably is into and is all excited. Goes on a date. Next thing you know, that guy's life, as he knows it, is changed. I mean,
I bet his world today is upside down.
Well, I mean, so I don't know what the VP of content exactly is, but I'm guessing, again, it's a social media thing. He's in charge of all those channels and all that.
He's a VP, but I'm guessing it's not that
lucrative. I'm guessing that's still his career, and his career in that field now. And say what you will about the Commanders, there's 32 of those jobs. He ain't getting one of those jobs. I mean, this may be a complete change in his life, like hard course correct, and never comes back from it. And like I said, for someone saying horrible things, you can say that he deserves it, but I don't know, the way that information was collected under those pretenses, I think that I don't know how you do that as a journalist. I don't know how you do that and feel okay about yourself.
I mean, it's simply legal. That's why.
I'm sorry, what?
It's legal, simply. I get that they're moral, and I'm with you guys. I hate when people do questionably moral things, but unfortunately, if it was in the District of Columbia, that is a one-party state, so
you can record anyone at any time?
I can walk in, we can go have beers, and it's the same thing here in Oregon. It's a one-party state. I could go record our conversation without your knowledge because I'm consenting to it. That's all you need.
Yeah. Right.
Sucks.
Well, I'm with you on that, but at the same time, let's all learn a lesson here that you never know who's recording you. Nope. How about just keep it above board, man? You just don't need to talk crap. Just,
No.
Be cool.
Someone say, wait, she was turned on by hot Jerry Jones talk?
Right.
Tell me more about Jerry, baby.
But I guess that's one of those things, too, that if you're a pretty girl, it's probably not real hard to manipulate a guy into talking what you want him to talk about.
This guy probably spits stuff all over the place.
Yep. Someone saying his wife was really pissed.
Is he married?
No, it was just a joke. Like, he was met her on a Hinge account. Although I haven't seen that he's married, but wouldn't that be something? That's how you get caught. You're like, whoops, honey, I swear, what you're talking about? Yeah, I have the most horrible views known to man, but I wasn't on Hinge. It's false reporting.
All right, coming up next, can we begin the speculation? Let's on the Fan.
The Irish roll on. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Notre Dame emerged with a big road win in their opener against Texas A&M, and now they
Up here. I never know, man.
Unbiased,
Shut your mouth.
uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. This is hour 2 of our radio program today here on a Wednesday. We love our Wednesdays. We're very good at Wednesday shows. I will tell you the backup quarterback game is about an hour and 6 minutes away.
All right. No prep. We'll be done.
Suk's over there feverishly combing through depth charts.
That's what I'm doing. I spend my time on our lads.
Well, you don't want to lose your job.
No,
No,
I
because if
don't.
you don't get this right, you lose your
I
job.
lose my job, but I get it back, right? With
You can.
Yeah.
And we give you a couple lifelines, but I mean, you may lose those too.
Unfortunately, my
don't know.
preseason football addiction will serve me just fine.
Yeah, you should be okay.
Yeah.
Vancouver Ford text line 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. This one says, we're talking about the Washington Commanders guy who got duped by the quote-unquote journalist who was recording all his deep inner thoughts about the NFL.
Gonna be looking for a new job.
Somebody said, that would be my luck. The one time I decided to cheat on my wife, it makes national news. Wasn't me.
Dope.
Wait, she was turned on by hot Jerry Jones talk?
That's right.
Well, she wasn't. She was just trying to she was fishing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like somebody else said, how big of a douche is this guy? Those are his go-to date topics. But I guarantee you she teed him up for all
Exactly.
that.
She steered it. I mean, I went out with someone once that I met at the gymnasium. And let me tell you, it didn't go so well because she wanted to talk politics, far-right politics, and was very, very into him and thought that
Wait. Look at you.
Yeah, exactly.
You're an insurrectionist.
Yeah,
she didn't like that?
No, dude. Within like 10 minutes, I was like, "Holy cow!"
I would have had fun with that.
No, it was not. It was.
No,
not
I'm
good.
telling you, I would have had fun.
Really?
Yes,
No,
that would have been a blast.
That was. We didn't make it to the dinner portion.
You like that?
That was
You like
drinks,
that?
and then we're just gonna slip
What'd
out.
you do? Leave?
Yeah, just paid the drinks, and dude, when
Nice.
I tell you that it was uncomfortable, I mean. And I promise you, no one teed her up. She just was like, "Hey."
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I'm saying about this. Like somebody said on the text line here, they said, "What? You're just not supposed to tell the truth or what's really on your mind?" No, you're not. There are a lot of things in the world that are in people's minds that should never be spoken.
Yeah.
Not kidding. Like, I don't know. You're a radio host,
Yeah.
small-time celebrity, right?
Yeah.
You do have to watch yourself.
Absolutely.
And you probably do it all the time when you're in mixed company or you're in people you
Yes.
don't know.
Yeah.
You have to be careful, man.
No,
And
you
listen, even people who don't have anything to lose, who aren't in positions like you or this Commanders guy or whomever, like Elon Musk, whoever it is,
Yep.
there are things that you should probably not say. Your point about this woman, that's what's gotten us where we are.
Yeah.
Is so many people
Just wanna share.
have just shared awful things about what they really think,
Yep.
and it's stunned the rest of us that are quote unquote normal.
Yeah.
That it's really, we can't put that genie back in the bottle.
No.
So yes, my point is that I think we should all be a little bit better about the things that we say, even in private company, to one another, and just be smart.
But this is the problem. How many times do people self-incriminate? Like they post illegal, and I'm not. I mean, they post illegal things on Facebook. Numbnuts, John Morant. He posted himself. He's like, "Hey, I know I can't have a gun, but I'm gonna flash my gun here on Instagram Live." You see it all the time. I mean, people are constantly doing this, and that's not even like getting set up. But yes, we just have this thing now where we're like, "Oh, I was just talking."
We just throw everything out
Just
there.
throw everything
How
out
about
there.
this? Shut up.
Yeah,
it
it's not
might
bad.
it might serve you.
Yeah.
You don't know everything. I know you think you do, but you don't.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Suk's best friend Chucky Gruden got set up by the guy from Washington, and yes, that sucked. And what happened was bad to Gruden. But at the same time, you are sending emails to an NFL server where you know those emails have to be stored. Same
Thank
thing
you.
with cell phones and stuff. And you are putting
Thank
a paper
you.
trail of racist, misogynistic, and in the case of some of the cheerleader stuff, downright illegal.
Thank
and you're
you.
talking to people about it. Like at $1 billion
Yeah.
organization.
Just shut up.
Yeah.
You don't have to say those things.
Yeah.
It doesn't do any good for anybody, really, does it?
No, but we just are at a
We just love that.
We're in a society now where we think that I don't know. My guess is it's because of social media now, and there's just like this seemingly endless stream of consciousness out there. It's like you're screaming into the void. Well, I hate to tell you, but sometimes someone's listening into the void, and they do grab it.
That's exactly right.
You know, and I mean, like you brought up, we're no one, right? But neither was this VP guy of whatever, the VP of content for the Commanders. But I've had this before where, like, I mean, this happened the other day. Like, if you're out on a boat, like on a Sunday, and you're having a good time, and there's people that I'm not super familiar with, and they're taking photos, I will ask, I'm like, can you please not take photos? Like, I'm not real interested in seeing photos of me plastered across your social media. You're on a boat, maybe you're having some drinks, whatever, like whatever state you're in. I mean, we saw some people on that boat that I saw that were throwing up. I'm not taking photos of those people. It's just, it's kind of one of those things now where we've just reached the point of saturation. I mean, I swear to God, every time there's a shooting, whether it's in a school, shocker, happened again, or I remember the one from the Vegas where they shot up the country concert. Dude, there are people dodging bullets while having their phone out and being like, I have to record this. Like every time something like that happens, there are people filming other people getting murdered and stepping over bodies because they're like, oh my God, I have to get this on camera. So I just think we have this thing now where everything has to be shared. And, consequences be damned, or whether it's the right thing to do or not. It's like, let's share everything. And I don't know, it's creepy.
I looked up a picture of this guy, and
yeah,
I'm gonna
what's
say
he look like?
Not the most balding, not the most
What?
attractive dude.
Hey,
Bald?
Hey,
Oh.
No.
you
Sook,
sons of bitches.
Balding
I
has
saw.
nothing to do with it. What I'm trying to say is it's the widow's peak that's like
Yes.
kind of the old with the snaggle tooth. Like, it's not a good look.
Oh.
I'm assuming this hot reached out to him, and it's probably one of the hottest hots that he's ever talked to. Gets into this position, it's like, I'm going to spill all the beans.
Let me just say this for the record. There are so many men, like 95% of men, that if you put a hot enough girl in front of him and she flirts a little bit, dude, that guy's going to tell you if he wears lady underpants and what his social security number is and anything else that you want to know. And this dude, and he's going to sit there in the mirror tonight and be like, oh my God, my life's ruined. And again,
and
I feel bad for him.
You know what he's going to do? He's gonna go, why the hell did I say any of that?
Yes.
And that's my point. It's
Yeah.
like when you're an executive or he's a VP.
Yeah.
If you're a person who manages a ton of people or you're a higher profile, there's a reason why all of those, well, not all of those people, but a lot of those people are more polished.
Yeah.
And one, they have to be to do what they do. And two, I just feel like more people should to try to emulate that and act that way and not say what you really think. I mean, toe the line sometimes. Just say the right thing, even if you don't believe it. Pretend you're running a company at all times. Your life will be better for it. Trust me, particularly with social media. Think about what that means and what you can and can't do and say. And I just think more people should take that a little bit more seriously, right? It's like how many times have you tried to get something out of your big boss or somebody that, like, we've had our head cheese of our entire company has come through here, right? Sure. How polished is that dude? Yes. When you talk to that dude,
he gives you
he is not going to give you a damn thing because of this right here. This is the thing.
Yep.
And that can be frustrating, but at the same time, there is a lesson in that in how some people, and not all, but some people go about their business. It can help you.
Yeah.
Just shut up. What is the old? There's an old adage, something like that. Like, if someone thinks you're an idiot or someone thinks you're dumb, don't open your mouth and prove them right. Right. Well, there's probably a reason why they think you're an idiot. You said something dumb to them.
Some Vancouver Ford text line. Call me old fashioned, but I like to keep my racism at home. Just keep that one in.
Well, it used to be that way, right?
Yeah, keep that one in. Not anymore.
Somebody blew the lid off of all of that.
Be on the lookout for Alexa and Siri at home, even. Goodness gracious. Somebody's listening to us all the time.
All the time.
You cannot eat, whenever you think you can let your guard down, you just cannot.
Yeah.
Just be better, people. Stupid things like this won't happen if we all just try to be a little better.
Yeah. And yet, someone right now, some hot reporter is getting the biggest attaboy of her life and a nice high five and a bonus or whatever because she consom.
Why are we assuming she's hot?
There's no way she's not hot.
Yeah, this is totally like
Dude,
a honey trap kind of a situation.
If you find out that this moron has a Hinge dating profile, no offense, you're not sending a Milwaukee butter hog to go.
Well, I'm not saying she's a Milwaukee butter hog, but
she's a hot.
She doesn't need to be super hot.
I'm not saying she's super hot. I said she was a hot. There's varying degrees, but again, from Schulte's description, and I looked this guy up. Look,
yeah, he ain't. I mean,
no, she's.
I don't know.
Yeah. Everyone's
speculation.
showing up on the date and they're like, "What, you with me?"
No.
And immediately he should have been on the lookout. Immediately.
Let me tell you about Jerry Jones.
Let me spew off about my commissioner, my boss. I don't know, 75% of the league. It's fans, even though I'm a VP of content. Good one.
All right. Enough about that.
Yeah.
Let's get to college football. Kirby Smart's carving a path.
Yes, he is.
We'll get to that next on The Fan.
No sputtering. Duke on 1080 The Fan.
We are careening toward in the news, as some would call it. And I did get a report from a roving reporter named Buck on the street who texted me today, and he said the new PDX is dynamite.
The new airport?
Yeah, because he's out there.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance yet.
I haven't either, but everybody that I've talked to that's been out there is like, wow, this is great.
We're coming for our spot at number 1 again.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, for like 3 years, we were the number 1 airport.
Yeah.
Now we're not even in the top 3.
Yeah, somebody I talked to who I trust said, we'll be back to number 1 in no time.
Damn right.
And it's not even done yet. Yeah.
Yeah, we got the second phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 2 terminals they still need to finish, but we got a bar out front now, so everything's great.
They're even saying you might even want to just go out there and hang out.
Yeah.
No.
No, I had a buddy.
I don't know about that.
I had a buddy of mine that was because some of the stuff now is before security. What is there was a bar that my buddy wanted to go check out, and he's like, "Hey, we should go to the one at the airport." Oh,
that just seems weird. Doesn't
I know. I think that's
to go
kind of
hang out.
I think that's kind of why he wanted to do it. He's like, "Let's go hang out at the airport, see what's up."
All right. Well, Kirby Smart's pretty good.
Yes, he is
Coaching.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now that when you consider that Saban's gone, I think the only coaches to have won national championships that are currently coaching, you got Dabo, you've got Kirby. In fact, I think that might be it. So, people were asking the question of who kind of fills the vacuum of Nick Saban. Well, it's Kirby Smart. He's not the same sort of personality or figure that Nick was, but I mean, you can't argue with what he's built at Georgia. They won 2 in a row. Last year, many people thought they were the best team in the country. Who'd he lose to? Nick Saban. And now this year, a lot of people think it's Georgia and everyone else. I think that's silly after week 1. I mean, they had a beatdown of Clemson, but certainly you can't really argue with what Kirby Smart has built there at Georgia.
Yeah, I saw a stat when they were pummeling Clemson over the weekend. Somebody tweeted out that, do you realize that the last time they lost a regular season game was prior to COVID?
Was it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would say because last year's was the SEC title game.
Yep.
They went undefeated, right? The previous 2 years.
Kirby
So,
Smart. Yeah. Here is Kirby Smart in the regular season, the last 6 seasons.
Oh, by the way,
just regular season.
I apologize. Mac Brown. There's 3.
Oh yeah, Mac Brown. I knew there was another one.
There's 3.
But I'm not smart enough to figure it out. Okay, so Kirby Smart regular season last 6, and I'm taking out the COVID year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because COVID year was stupid.
Yeah, it was weird.
12-0, 12-0, 12-0, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1.
Yeah.
He's lost 3 games in 6 years if you take out COVID.
That's and how many of those are to Saban?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. But their last regular season loss, sans COVID, was 2019 in 2 overtimes to South Carolina. Dude, they don't lose.
Boy, I don't remember. Yeah, of all teams, South Carolina.
Well, yeah, and that was like 2019. Like, who was even their coach?
I don't know. I don't know who
2019 South Carolina coach? Go.
I'm trying to think of who would have been at
Muschamp, right?
Muschamp. Spurrier was long gone by then. I don't know. I'll look it up for you.
Well, no, I'm on it.
Okay.
But I bet it's
possible.
I think it's Muschamp.
Yeah, it could be.
What year? 2019?
2019. Yeah.
Yeah, Will Muschamp.
Yeah, so you have to go all the way back. Yeah, to 2016, his first year where they went 8-5, and after that,
And they're kind of pissed off this year because of what happened last year.
Yeah, and they have every right to be, right? They lost 1 game. It was in the SEC title game, and that kept them out of the playoff. I mean,
and they probably would have won the damn tournament.
Most people think. I mean, it would have been interesting to see, Michigan and them, butt heads. But yeah, Georgia is the gold standard now. Doesn't mean that he's going to go on and win, 5, 6, championships and replace Nick Saban, but clearly right now there is a pecking order in college football, and it lines up behind Kirby Smart in Georgia. And, it's like you see what happened in Michigan, right? Like Michigan put together 2 good years in a row and then got over the hump, win a national title. And then Harbaugh leaves, takes coordinators with him. A bunch of guys go to the NFL. And I'm not saying Michigan won't be good this year, but from what we saw in week 1 and expectations, Michigan's not winning a national title anytime soon. Right. And so it's one thing to kind of raise up and kind of have that moment in the sun, like even Dabo and what Dabo built at Clemson, because, dude, he had a run there that was flat out silly. I mean, like Dabo for a while looked like he was going to be the guy after Saban. And now look at him. And maybe that happens to Kirby Smart eventually. But, it's really hard to stay on top for a long, long time in this game. And it certainly feels like, and I think Kirby's in his 50s too. Like he's a younger guy. If he wants to, in theory, you think he can keep this thing rolling for another 10, 15 years.
So Dabo, the height of Dabo, 14-1, 14-1, 12-2, 15-0, 14-1.
Yeah.
And since the COVID year,
yeah, it's been.
I mean, they've been really good.
Yeah,
but like 10-2, 10-3, 11-3, 9-4.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like they are they have not been a real contender for a handful of years, and it doesn't appear that they are now. Whereas Georgia, ever since he got there, including winning back-to-back, they're there. There's never been a year after that first one where you feel like Georgia is fool's gold or an afterthought, and it doesn't happen. I will be fascinated to see if Georgia can keep this up year after year after year after year.
Yeah, Smart only had. Did you know he was with the Dolphins? Kirby Smart.
Yeah, I think he went there with Saban.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2006.
Yeah, he's a Saban guy.
I wonder if Joey remembers Kirby Smart from.
Well, yeah, I don't know if
he was there, wasn't he?
I don't know. Yeah, he was. He would have been there if they were there with Nick. He would have been there.
Yeah, because he always he tells Saban stories.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know because back then Kirby probably wasn't a thing, right? I mean, I talk about it when I was in Tampa. Mike Tomlin was our DB. He wasn't even the DB coach. He was like the corners coach and ran the scout team.
Well, he's got a pretty great. A lot of these coaches, they just bounce around. If you look at Kirby, he was a GA in 2003. He made a few stops. He went LSU, Georgia, 1 year each, and then the Dolphins, and then he was at Alabama, and he's been there or Georgia the whole time.
Yep. Yeah, Saban brought him along, and then for all the guys that failed in the Saban coaching tree, Kirby was the guy that went across the street and with Saban's blessing and maybe became the next Nick Saban.
And now he's got his own coaching tree with the great Dan Lanning.
Yes.
They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins.
Well, Mel Tucker came from there.
That's right.
He came from that staff. I'm trying to think if anyone else.
Sam Pittman.
Yeah, Pittman's from there. So I mean,
Shane Beamer.
Look, when you're having this kind of success, and this is like what happened to Dabo. I know everyone wants to pile on Dabo because of the portal thing. Dude, Clemson isn't terrible because they refuse to go in the portal. Just not. Like there's bigger problems there. I think it's foolish to bury your head in the sand and say that we're not taking anyone. Like, I mean, we've seen teams win.
So he's really saying we will not take any player from the portal.
He hasn't. So it's
like zero.
No, last year the only teams that didn't take a kid in the portal last year, and I think it might have been the last 2 years, are the service academies in Clemson. They're just not interested. I mean, and maybe that changes. And like I said, I think sometimes we overvalue the portal. Like, you still need to be able to recruit, and Clemson recruits at a high level. So, but I think that's an easy that's an easy thing to point to at Clemson to be like, oh, you suck because the portal. No, that's not the reason why Clemson has fallen off. There's other things. But the biggest one for me, and this is the greatness of Saban, and we'll find out if it's the greatness of Kirby Smart, is when Clemson got to the mountaintop, what happened to their coaches? They started getting picked off. And, with Venables and Chad Morris and these guys, they all go elsewhere because when you're winning national titles and you're a young guy and you can recruit, see Dan Lanning, right? You get plucked for another job. And the really good ones can keep finding new guys to plug in, and the machine doesn't stop. I'm trying to think of how many offensive coordinators, because Saban's being a defensive guy, how many offensive coordinators did Nick Saban go through and win national titles with? I mean, I honestly don't know if he ever kept one for more than 2 years after he won a national title. Everything from Sark to Kiffin to Loxley to O'Brien. I mean, on and on and on. There was just always a new offensive coordinator, and it didn't matter. That thing just kept rolling. And Kirby has had some of his coaches plucked off, and it doesn't seem to matter. But Dabo, if you want to point to one thing that has taken down Clemson, it's not the portal. It's that Dabo has not been able to replace coordinators. He has not been able to replace the coaches that have left. And that's and Lanning's gonna have to figure this out too, right? Lanning goes in there and Lanning's lost coaches. Oregon's lost coaches, because when you're successful, and you lose the youngest coach in college football to Arizona State, and then you go get Will Stein. Well, I'll tell you what, if Oregon's offense is what people think it's going to be, guess who's the head coach next year? It's Will Stein. And now I got to bring in someone else because we all love Dan Lanning. And, he's a great program builder. Dan Lanning doesn't run an offense. So whether Stein leaves this year or next year, you got to go find another guy, and you have to keep doing that. And then having a program where someone comes in and is able to meld what they do with what's already existed in the program. And that's the hard part about keeping it going. And the great ones don't let the coaching hires change them.
Would you like the offensive coordinators under Nick Saban?
Yes.
Major Applewhite.
Okay. Did he win? And did it say who won a national title with these guys?
Yeah, I have that here.
Yeah.
So Applewhite did not. He was there 1 year.
Yeah.
So this starts in 2007. So from 2007 to 2022, that's 15 years. He had 9 guys on offense. Major Applewhite, they won the Independence Bowl.
Hey.
Went 7-6.
Exciting.
Next year was Jim McElwain.
Who, by the way, he went on to coach at Florida and Colorado State.
Kirby Smart was his first year as defensive coordinator there. And they lost in the Sugar Bowl, went 12-2. 2009, McElwain again. 2010, McElwain and Smart again. 2011, same crew. 2012, they switch over. Doug Nussmeier comes in for McElwain. They go 13-1 and win the BCS championship. 2013, Nussmeier again before he leaves. Kirby Smart still there on defense. 2014, Lane Kiffin, Kirby Smart. They had 2 years together and won the college football championship in 2015.
And the second year was the one that he bailed for the national title game. Sark came in, and a lot of people think that's one of the reasons why they lost, is Lane left before the championship.
Well, that was the third year.
Oh, that was the third year.
Yeah, and that was 2016. They lost in the title game. And Jeremy Pruitt, who was the Tennessee head coach, he was their first-year defensive coordinator, took over for Kirby Smart when he went to Georgia. So then, in 2017, I don't know how many people know this, the offensive coordinator at Alabama was Brian Daboll.
Oh, I forget about Daboll.
Daboll was there.
Yeah.
And he's now, of course, the head coach of the New York Giants. They won the college football playoff that year. 2018, Mike Loxley and Tosh Lapoy are the coordinators. Lost in the college football title game.
I think Loxley went on, wasn't he Maryland?
He went to Maryland. I think he might still be there. Steve Sarkisian, 2019, along with Pete Golding. They only went to the Citrus Bowl. Sark was there for a second year, then Bill O'Brien took over. So those are the 9 offensive coordinators that Nick Saban had.
And they just kept it rolling.
Kept winning championships.
Kept winning championships.
Sark won a championship. Daboll won a championship. Kiffin won a championship. Nussmeier won a championship, and McElwain won 2.
That's crazy. Again, that's just not supposed to. That's not supposed to happen in college football. There's supposed to be some sort of drop off, and it wasn't. And so this is the challenge for Kirby, and so far he's aced it. I mean, no offense, like Dan Lanning. Like think about everyone's like, oh, Dan Lanning's the next great coach, dude. They haven't missed. They were like, cool.
Who's their DC now, Georgia?
I remember he was the guy that was their whose name escapes me, but him and Lanning were the coordinator while he was there. I think that guy is still there.
All right, in the news is coming up next. I've got very sad news about NVIDIA founder Jensen Huang. He's the Oregon State guy.
Yeah,
we talked about
more money than God.
Actually, I think he is worth more money than God.
Yeah.
But he's had a bad week. So we'll get to that next on In the News. Here is Schulte.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, the Seattle Mariners, losers of 4 in a row, 6.5 out now behind the Houston Astros for first place in the AL West. They'll try to turn it around. They've got Game 3 of 4 tonight in Oakland against the Athletics. George Kirby and JP Sears on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, the Washington Commanders have suspended Vice President of Content Rael Entine for comments made to an undercover reporter, including about team's players being anti-gay. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones with the same sentiment, as well as calling Commissioner Roger Goodell a, quote, $50 million puppet. He's been with the Commanders for the past 4 seasons. Elsewhere, the Eagles not going to have starting linebacker Devin White for their season opener against the Packers in Sao Paulo, Brazil on Friday. White limited all week in practice with an ankle injury. The Houston Texans signed backup quarterback Davis Mills to a 1-year, $5 million extension, and the Jets signing defensive back Michael Carter for a 3-year, $30 million extension with $19 million guaranteed. And also, in the world of golf, PGA Tour stars Scottie Scheffler and Rory McIlroy agreeing to face Live Golf stars Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka in a made-for-TV event. It's going to be held in Las Vegas in the middle of December. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has new shirts from the fan shows and hosts you love. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
For more than 50 years, PG Long has been the Pacific Northwest's premier choice for floor covering, cleaning, and restoration. Prompt service, superior product knowledge, and quality materials are the foundation of all their customer relationships. Whether you're turning rental properties, flipping houses, or working on new construction projects, having partners you can trust makes all the difference. Before you take another step, call PG Long for a bid to experience the difference. PG
The Fan.
So Georgia's defensive coordinator, I looked it up. His name is Glenn Schumann, and he has a pretty interesting story. Jace, he is 34 years old, and he has 6 national championships.
Good Lord. And he was the guy that was, he was a defense, he was with Lanning, and then when Lanning left, Will Muschamp and him were and now they're with another guy. Although, to be fair, you had something incorrect. He is not the Georgia defensive coordinator. He is the Fane and Billy Slaughter defensive coordinator. Get it right.
They're naming their...
Yeah, Georgia, their big positions are paid positions.
Billy Slaughter?
Yeah. Fane and Billy Slaughter.
Wait, is that 2 people named Slaughter? So Fane Slaughter and Billy Slaughter?
I'm sure it's a husband and wife.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Georgia...
Weren't they racist, though? Do we have to cancel them?
I don't know.
Take them off the...
Now, Mike Bobo, who's their offensive coordinator, he is the John and Alice Sands offensive coordinator.
Oh, that's so dumb. Okay.
So
well,
I wanted accuracy, damn it.
The Fane and Billy Zabka defensive coordinator of Georgia is Glenn Schumann.
With 6 titles?
He never played college football. He graduated from high school in Texas, and he enrolled at Alabama, and he became a student assistant under Nick Saban. So he's only been at Alabama and Georgia.
He just has a pocket full of rings.
I wonder what Dan Lanning says about that guy.
I don't know. I guess.
But of course, he would never tell us
No.
because he's polished.
Exactly.
And he filters what he says.
Even if he hated the guy, he'd be like, oh, yeah, he's great.
I'm sure he's wonderful.
Yeah.
It is September 4, 2024. It is time now for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies, please. God.
Everybody.
Hands off.
Calm down.
I'm more than a piece of meat.
Not really.
It's like that. In the News is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Ken and Donnie, great peeps. You should check them out.
I'm not going to lie, Donnie scares me a little bit. Which I think
she's a badass.
I think that's what you want in
right.
in an attorney.
And let me tell you something about these two. And you'll hear our live reads for these guys coming up, but they hate insurance companies more than we do.
And that's saying something.
It is.
Because we hate them.
That's right.
Yeah. So if you wanted someone to kick an insurance company in the gonads,
that's right.
we give you the advocates, or like we like to call them,
Donikin, Ken and Donnie.
Yeah.
Advocateslaw.com. Okay, so it's National Wildlife Day, so shout out to all you wildlife out there.
Love the wildlife.
How many wildlife you think listen to us? 20% of our audience? 30%?
I'd like to think that we're out there on some golf courses, and that's, we got the, we got some deer, maybe some pocket gophers, birds.
There's also National Macadamia Nut Day.
Oh, I love a good macadamia nut.
That is such an underrated nut.
It might be more expensive than
what?
Taking me to Hawaii. Like, I want a good macadamia nut chocolate bar or something from there.
Yeah, but it's like the beef jerky of nuts. I mean, my God, they're expensive.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah.
Well, I've got news about NVIDIA founder Jensen Huang. Now, we had Scott Barnes, Oregon State AD, on not too long ago, and I flat out asked him, I'm like, why don't you get in this guy's pocket? He's worth $8 gajillion.
Yeah, get the Wanger involved.
Well, he gives to Oregon State, but because he graduated from there, but he does not give to the sports programs.
Yeah.
More on the engineering side.
He doesn't really care about.
No, he doesn't.
The football. And
Big
by the way,
chip guy.
Yeah, when you look into his background, it doesn't really strike me as a football guy.
You think he ever went to a football game at Oregon State?
No.
You don't think so?
No. He's busy plotting his world domination.
Well, he is sad news, Jason. I've got sad news about him. He has not passed away, but he has lost $10 billion of net worth this week. $10 billion.
Now,
this week.
Does he still have like $10 billion or?
He still has $95 billion.
Yeah. So.
Oh, shucks. Yeah, he's doing great.
I think he's fine.
He's doing great.
Are you bummed that you lost $10 billion?
I have so many questions about this. Like, if you're worth $95 billion, well, let's say $105 billion, and you lose $10 billion of your net worth in a week, do you make a move? Like, do you tighten up on something? Are you like, okay, maybe we shouldn't?
I don't think so.
I don't think you do either.
Because I'm going to ask the
I
question.
don't think you change a thing.
So I'm worth 104, and now I'm worth 94.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's anything that I can buy at 104 that I can't buy at 94, right? I mean,
are you pissed? How do you feel about it?
I don't think you're thrilled. But
you're only using, 5% of your actual wealth to live anyways? So.
But are you laughing? Are you just sitting there, ha, 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 $10 billion,
See,
honey?
I don't think so. I think guys like that are probably pretty pissy.
Oh, well, Jeff Bezos, I could imagine being really upset anytime he loses a buck, yeah.
Well, this guy lost $10 billion because he was subpoenaed for an antitrust probe. Yeah. That's part of it. And then the decline in chip stocks has not helped either.
It never goes well when you get probed.
I guess NVIDIA has just been popping, and he, like almost half of that net worth has come within the last year. He was only worth a measly $45 billion before.
Oh no!
It's just
it sits back that really escalated. I know you can't.
I have a hard time wrapping my head around the levels of money that we talk about here. I can't. It makes I don't understand.
Well, we had our old boss used to work for Paul Allen and knew him a little bit, and he once described it as, imagine, you're you, right? You're worth whatever you're worth, But anything you want, anything in the world costs $10.
Yeah.
So
I think at the time he said cost $1, but with inflation, it's
yeah,
now
maybe
$10.
was it $1? Yeah, it just was like
Imagine everything costing $1.
yeah, no matter what it is.
And that's what it is.
You want to buy a house? It's $1. You want to buy a boat? It's $1.
Even when you lose $10 billion off your net worth in a day.
Everything else is still worth a buck.
I think it was a couple of days ago that I read a tech article talking about employees at NVIDIA working, 100 hours a week because they just don't care. They're getting hand over fist amounts of money, and they think that they're just going to keep doing it, so they keep working. That whole sector is insane, especially with the computer chips.
It is not like the radio sector.
No.
Is it?
No.
Not a lot of similarities there.
Quite the opposite. No.
Although, dude, he has fallen from he would have been 13th. He's now fallen to 17th.
Oh, you mean richest person in the
yeah,
world?
in the world.
In the world?
Yeah, he's behind Rob Walton now.
Now, see,
but
I
he's
bet-
still ahead of Alice Walton.
I bet that pisses him off more than. I bet that pisses him off more than the money.
That Rob Walton's got something on him now. He's like the
F.
Walmart guy. By the way,
It's all about ego.
yeah, he's now fallen behind Bloomberg. This is the like if you're my man here,
His name is Jensen Huang.
The Wanger. You have now fallen behind shamefully Michael Bloomberg,
Okay.
Michael Dell,
Oh.
and then two members of the Walmart family, both Jim and Rob. You can't be happy about that. Not one Walton, but two. And look out, Alice is coming for your ass.
Got to tighten the purse strings in the old Huang household.
That's right. Got to get on top of those Walmart bros.
All right, what city has the highest average new patient wait time in the doctor's office? We'll tell you that next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Yeah, and the truth is, if you have great stuff, you can challenge over the white part of the plate a little bit more and let your stuff just play. If you don't, you better figure out.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
Apparently,
collision.
there was a collision.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
And they're stupid. And the White Sox are they're 4-38 since the All-Star break.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good, Bob. Do you realize that they are 39 games out of fourth place?
Of fourth place?
Fourth place.
In the division?
In the division. They are 39 games out of fourth place.
All right. The Fan's Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down, no interest, or payments for 2 full years. Schedule your estimate right meow. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, this is In the News, September 4, 2024. Man, big news downtown, Jace.
What do we got?
Well, you know the big, what do you call it, the big pink?
You okay over there?
Wait, what? The Big Pink?
Well, that's a building, but
Oh, okay.
I'm wrong about that. It's the U.S. Bank Tower.
Okay.
I don't think that's Big Pink, is it? Is that Big Pink?
Was that Coin Towers Big Pink?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, here's the thing, guys. Doing great. Portland's largest bank is exiting its namesake tower.
Uh-oh.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
U.S. Bank will not renew its lease. Hundreds of employees will be moving out of downtown Portland.
Uh-oh. And by the way, it is the U.S. Bank Corp Tower that is Big Pink.
That is Big Pink.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bank
so
Corp.
I was right the first time.
Yes.
They still had hundreds of U.S. Bank employees in there?
Well, yeah, it's the U.S. Bank Tower.
Banks don't have anybody working in them anymore.
When's the last time you went into a bank?
I was in a bank not too long ago,
Really?
actually. Yeah.
Look at
I was
you.
in one of these new age. I had to go with my wife for this thing. But it was like a new age bank. Have you seen the kind of the new age designs now?
Yeah, that's like a lot of the credit unions. They're hip and
They're like hip and like, just.
You feel like there's like a bar and a DJ spinning in the corner. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, it's kind of a different layout.
One person in a kiosk, though. You're doing most of your work at a kiosk.
Pretty much.
And hopefully you can get it done there and not have to talk to somebody.
Yeah, exactly. They want to avoid you having to wait 5 hours for the stupid banker.
Sure.
Who's over there.
Yeah, doing whatever they do.
Well, they don't want to pay 6 of them. I still remember I worked near the old Bank of America, 6th and Jefferson, downtown Portland, and they had like a wall of 8 teller windows. They never had more than 2 tellers there. It's fascinating.
Yeah, it's like going to see a row of like phones. Like, you know, it's a relic of bygone times.
Yeah. Yeah, so U.S. Bank is Big Pink.
Yes.
Hence the Pink Tower.
Yeah.
But that tower has served as the regional headquarters for U.S. Bank for many, many years. And apparently they decided not to renew the lease.
So now we just have more empty downtown space?
We do, yes.
Yeah.
They said the move is part of a new workforce strategy company-wide, which includes transitioning key markets to hub status.
Yeah. It's weird because like if you're in commercial real estate right now, I'm guessing it's a bit stressful. I mean, look at how many offices just never came back after COVID or came back, you know, at part-time, you know, in the office, or like us. I mean, how much fat have we trimmed?
Yep.
We used to have way more people that work here. Well, there's like 6 of us. And I think that's just the way it is at a lot of companies.
That's right.
Man, I can't tell you how many times you're walking around downtown and you see the for lease signs, you know, and that's just in, you know, kind of storefronts, let alone like the big office towers.
Yeah, everything you just quoted, Isaac, is basically just the company's fancy way of saying, we don't want to pay spendy rent.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and we think people can work from
home, yeah.
Home or...
Yep.
Zoom is a beautiful thing.
Okay, what city has the highest average new patient wait times in doctor's offices, you ask? Good question, Suk.
Thank you. I do what I can. Hard hitting.
The answer is Portland, Oregon.
Oh, look at us.
You care to guess how many days?
Oh, so how many days? So you call and be like, hey, I need to make an appointment.
Right.
How long? I'll go
the
with...
wait time, new patients. So,
new patients.
Yeah, getting in with a new doctor.
Boy, I had to do this for a dermatologist like a year or 2 ago.
Ah, the derm. I have a Mormon derm.
Do you?
He's a BYU guy.
Hey.
You might like him. I'll send you his...
See what we can do.
He wants to talk BYU Kansas football with me all the time.
Wow.
Well, I mean, every 2 years when I see him. And he picks apart my naked body.
Yeah. So I
What?
It's hot.
It's true.
I tried finding a dermatologist. Ended up having to go to one in Gresham. And I think I ended up waiting, I want to say it was 5.5 months.
Wow.
Till I got in to see a dermatologist.
Yeah, I just had a 3-month wait for an
now,
ENT.
Wait a minute. The derm, ENT?
ENT at your
Those are both specialists.
Yes.
So again, this is just
general
primary
doctor.
care doctor.
I'm going to go 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
I'm going to
21
go
days?
2.
2 weeks, 14 days. The answer is 46 days.
Hey!
Quite a many days.
Yeah,
that is quite a many days, and that is the most in the country. The average among the top 15 U.S. cities is 26 days. The best, believe it or not, is New York City, where you can get in the first We can get in on average 21 days.
Yeah.
But in Portland, you're waiting over a month. You're waiting like 6 weeks.
Well, and that's, I mean, there's some specialists that you just can't see. Like try finding a psychiatrist right now or something like that.
Yeah, the
It's like,
specialist's a whole different ballgame.
yeah, that's a whole other thing. And a lot of even like regular doctors just aren't taking new patients.
Yeah.
You call them like, yeah, we're like, you get a list like,
They're like,
hey, yeah, like you can go on like your insurance page, just like, hey, here's a list of the doctors in your area, and you call, you're like, yeah, we're not taking new patients, go to hell.
Yeah, my wife got new insurance beginning of the summer. I'm still looking for a PCP. Like every single person I've called, not taking new patients right now.
Yeah, this guy says my doctor moved to Montana.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are shutting it down. Well, a lot of them are older. I think there is a problem with a lot of them retiring. They made a bunch of money. They're retiring.
Yep.
And the younger, there's a lag in up and coming doctors.
Mm-hmm.
The other is insurance companies are really biting their ass.
Yeah, and they don't want to deal with
And they
it.
don't want to deal with them.
Nope.
And they're just done with the paperwork and all the crap. And they're
I
like,
made
"F
enough,
you."
and
That's right.
I'm good to go. Peace.
Well, so that's another great thing about Portland.
Well, and that's like, so many people end up at urgent care, which, it's someone said it better than me. Said urgent care is a bunch of people not in any kind of hurry to not give a crap about what's wrong with me. And I was like, yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, but the urgent care thing, I mean, not everybody can afford urgent care, too.
Yeah.
Like, you and I can.
Yep.
But actually, you have a great deal because you've got a buddy who's a doctor. That's a huge.
It is. I can't
The
begin to
advantage
tell
that
you
you have
the
with that
blessing.
is
It's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable. I mean, people just don't get
Nope.
that. But the urgent care, some people can afford it. A lot of people can't.
Nope.
Then what do you do?
Yeah, and you're
going to the freaking ER.
pretty much.
My Miata driving grandpa was a pediatrician. So for until we were I was 13, we got just free medical care. It was fun walking basically in the back door of the office just to get checked up.
So this is, and
that's hot.
Look, I know everyone's trying their best, but I had a buddy of mine who recently, a couple years ago, had quadruple bypass surgery. Kind of a big deal, right? In his 40s, chest cracked open, whole big deal. And I don't know, maybe a month or two ago, he was experiencing some pains.
Oh, by the way, just real quick, my preemptive stentery idea,
yes,
would have
better and better.
I mean, he could have gotten stented in his 20s, and he'd have been fine.
He would have been fine.
Drive-through even.
So he was having some pain, and he was like, I don't know what to do. This pain is unbearable. It was kind of in his upper back, and he goes, I got to go see urgent care. Goes to urgent care. And they're like, we did an EKG. It's abnormal. Hospital now. We'll call you an ambulance. He's like, no, I'll drive myself. It's right down the road. So he goes in there with his abnormal EKG, having quadruple bypass just a couple years ago, and he sat in the ER for 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. I'm just, and
now,
look.
why is he not rushed to the front? 5.5. I mean,
5.5 hours. 5.5 hours.
Were there like 6 people bleeding out? That's
So
a high priority.
They claim they took a look at his EKG, even though it said it was abnormal. They said it didn't look that different than the one that he had, like, I guess, before. And so they were like, man, we don't
have
think
a
that.
seat over there.
Yeah, sit down.
We'll be
5.5
with you in a
hours.
while.
Yeah. And I was stressed as can be because what they thought he might have, some sort of aorta blockage, you're basically dead. So I'm sitting here. I came in and told Rob, I said, hey, dude, I may have to go if the phone call happens here. So I'm sitting around like waiting on my phone, and I'm like, dude, what's going on? He goes, oh, I'm sitting here in the ER. Sat there. And then they were like, They went and saw him for like 20 minutes. They're like, that's not what it is. Like, you're fine. Yeah, get out of here.
Good times.
Yeah. It's like, what?
In the news, September 4, 2024, brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Coming up next, it's the Hot 5 at 5 as we prepare for the kickoff of the NFL season. Got some news and notes. And Brian Kelly is probably slamming his little old man fist on the table yet again today. Yeah. That's next on 1080 The Fan.
this morning. Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. You got your sports bros here. Rob, that's me.
Sada.
Big Sook's right over there.
Ow!
Sada.
Wasn't that hot when is it supposed to be like in the high 90s right now?
Yes.
'Cause I thought it was pretty pleasant today when I was out this morning, and then when I was coming in the afternoon, I didn't notice the Satan's anus in the sky. Is it?
Wow.
Yeah.
It is 88 degrees.
Okay.
Currently.
So not quite as bad as
It's supposed to be 100 tomorrow, right?
Yeah. That's what I thought today was supposed to be like in the mid 90s or something.
101 tomorrow.
Ooh,
97 on Friday.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's bad out there now, but I found it rather pleasant this morning and this early afternoon.
It was misty in my neighborhood, but there was also, I thought there was a forest fire because like all that low cloud cover,
Yeah,
everybody's flues must have just like been stuck in the air because I like walked outside. And,
We got rain. I went to cut the grass and everything was soaking wet, which kind of surprised me a little bit. I was like, what? Must have happened overnight.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, jeez.
I was gonna say I love me some PNW weather, but all right.
Hey, man, where'd that come from?
All right. Well, that's Schultze over there. He's in for Buckley. Buckley is out the rest of the week. He is
Doing
out.
rich guy things.
Well, he's at his sister's wedding.
Like I said, rich guy things.
It's in San Francisco, I'm sure. Somewhere fancy.
Yeah.
The backup quarterback game is coming up next.
Yes.
2024 edition.
I don't have Buckley this time, but I got Schultze, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but
see how he does.
I feel very confident this year. Normally, the backup quarterback game scares me a bit. I feel very confident this year.
Don't be scared.
There's not a lot of rando quarterbacks. I think I'm fine.
Well, the over-under will be higher than ever.
Yeah.
So we'll do that next.
Let's do it.
Coming up tonight in the club, I have an update on the world's most isolated tribe.
Oh yeah, those guys, the Islanders, right?
They're in Peru. No, not those guys.
Oh, the ones that came out the other day cruising around the beach.
Yeah, they're in Peru.
I thought we were talking about the people on the beach that killed that missionary bro.
No, that's Senegal Island.
Yeah.
And they are, I don't know if that's the most isolated, but they're just on the island and you are not to go on the island or else you're going to die.
Yeah.
These bros and broettes are out in Peru, way deep in the jungle. But recently they surfaced out on the beach and nobody really understood why.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to see.
Because they're way in there, but then they came out. So now I've got an update on that.
All right.
We've got a couple of deads and it's all hell's breaking loose.
Oh, boy.
And when a TikTok trend is just plain fraud. But right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
There is a new The Match coming to TNT.
Oh, is this the golf thingy?
The golf thingy.
The golf thingy.
It's going to pit Live versus the PGA Tour.
Can I tell you that I don't really care? I'm kind of over the
I love
match.
golf, and I don't really care.
Yeah, it's okay.
But that will be in Vegas, and it's going to pit Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau, who are, well, at one time they were mortal enemies.
Mortal enemies. Now we're all bosom buddies.
They are going to be a team against Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big matchup, and yet I don't really care. Do you?
Well, I just told
Yeah,
you.
I mean, I should. I mean, that's.
I mean, I think what it is for me is there's just nothing on the line. I mean, I like watching those guys play, but I don't know. In an exhibition, it's like a preseason game. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there may be some good banter and stuff.
I
but
hope so.
probably not.
No.
Every one of those guys is a douche except for
There's not a lot of great
Rory.
personality there.
I mean, power rank the douche in that.
It's almost impossible.
I mean, Jesus.
I think Rory. Well,
Brooks is the biggest douche. Well,
you don't want to hear me on Rory. He is a douche.
See, I don't think he is.
I don't think
I
he
think
is
he's
either.
great.
I don't think Scheffler's a douche. I just think he's boring.
He's kind of douchey. Well, you're right. You're right. The live guys are the douches.
Yeah.
You're
yeah,
right.
but again,
USA.
USA.
Oh wait. Rory's not from the USA.
No.
Actually, the USA team is the Live team.
Yeah.
Damn it. What do we do now?
Well, Scheffler's the USA.
How about we don't watch?
3-4.
Hollywood Brown is out for tomorrow's Chiefs game against the Ravens. Wide receiver is hurt.
Yeah, he had a shoulder boo-boo in the preseason and still not okay.
And receiver Jamar Chase is back at practice for the Bungholes today.
Still don't know if he's going to play.
They don't know.
Yeah, he said
Nobody
that
knows.
he's not hurt. He's waiting for a contract, which, Cincinnati's like the cheapest team on earth. But he's been there. He claims that he's still been running routes with Burrow, but he's basically doing the hold-in thing. And, he's around, so you would hope.
They're playing the Patriots.
Yeah, so they don't really need him.
Hey, it's the NFL, man. You need your guys.
Yeah.
You need your horses. What else? Are the Mariners even worth talking about anymore?
Not really.
6.5 back in the AL West.
Well, dude, you're losing walk-off style to the freaking A's. You're 2-8 against the Angels. My God, what are you doing?
Can I give you some good news, Schultze?
There's good news.
I need it.
The Astros are losing 10-1 in the 4th inning.
Yay! I don't think the Mariners have won a game on the day that the Astros lost, other than one time since August 2nd.
Yeah, they had that they cut it from 5.5 down to 2.5. I want to say 10 games ago. Then we looked at the stretch where the Mariners were playing the Angels, the A's, and someone else that was crappy.
The Cardinals, the 5th easiest remaining regular season schedule in baseball.
It was you got a 10-game ramp up here, and the Astros were playing good teams like the Phillies, and they made up no ground.
Stupids.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Well,
it's because they can't hit.
They absolutely cannot hit.
No.
They will be playing the Athletics again tonight in Oakland.
Number 2.
The A's. They're losing to the Angels and the A's.
I would say you never know, but you do.
Yeah, they're not coming back from 6.5 back.
Metrics actually show that the Angels are slightly better hitters than they are, so do with that what you will.
Well, Brian Kelly is probably mad again today, slamming his little fist on a table, because he has lost his starting running back, John Emery Jr., done for the season, torn ACL.
Yeah, it's never good. And they've talked about this. The one thing that these programs, especially now in the days of the transfer portal, depth is hard to come by. It's hard to stack guys up. So, Texas lost 2 running backs, LSU down theirs. And the scary part is okay, you lose a back, you're hey, the next guy up, but doesn't mean this early in the season you can't lose another one. So, yeah, I'm sure his tiny little fist slammed in the table.
Why is it tiny?
I just think of Brian Kelly as having small hands. It's like
kind
of
a little.
He's a little weasel.
A little goober.
Yeah.
Try hard.
Not a big fan of Brian Kelly. Really good coach, just not a fan.
Well, the lengths he's gone to look to fit in and look cool, it's just really kind of pathetic.
Yes.
Right? The accent, the fake accent, and then
I just think he's
photo shoots. And
I don't know. There's something about him that just a lot of things about him just rubbed me the wrong way. Not a fan.
Broncos lock up defensive back Patrick Surtain, 4 years, $96 million.
Hey, yo.
It's a lot of money. He will get $78 million guaranteed. Now, here's the fun thing. Surtain played at Alabama. They issued a graphic today claiming that former Tide players this offseason have signed for over $1 billion total U.S. dollars
oh my gosh.
in the NFL.
Good Lord.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
That's a lot of dough.
Now, of course, we can't fact check that.
No.
Or, I guess we could, but we're just going to go with them. But, yeah, over $1 billion. Just Alabama players in the NFL this offseason.
Well, in Surtain, if you're talking about the best corners in the league, it's Sauce Gardner, and then Surtain's the only other guy that probably has a claim that you can make a legitimate stake to. Because remember, highest paid doesn't mean best. But now that he's the highest paid, in fact, I want to look and see where Sauce Gardner is on the list, because he's not I'm looking here. Yeah, he may actually be down a little bit, because he's still playing. I think Sauce is still on his rookie contract, if I'm not mistaken. So
he just got drafted a couple years ago.
Yeah, so he's way, way down on the list. So he'll reset the market eventually. But, you got Jerry Alexander, $84 million. A.J. Terrell, who's good, not great. He got $81 million. And now Surtain at 96, resetting the market.
The Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Coming up next, it is time for the 2024 edition of the Backup Quarterback Game. Will Big Sook lose his sports radio job? next on The Fan.
The definitive podcast for Oregon Ducks football fans is
We on this show believe that backup quarterbacks in the NFL matter.
Damn right. And you know, there was an article in ESPN, the front page of ESPN today, talking about the backup quarterback and how important it was.
No, I did not know that. I didn't
Yes,
see that.
it was on the front page. And guess who didn't read it? Me.
Why? Because it was behind a paywall? It was ESPN Plus?
It's possible, but I didn't click on it because I thought that'd be cheating. To
Oh.
read about backup quarterbacks,
Yeah.
knowing that I take the integrity of the backup quarterback
Good.
game very seriously.
Good, I'm glad.
Please have my ESPN Plus login.
Oh.
Do you really have one of those?
Yeah, could you
go ahead and
Yes.
forward that on.
shoot that on
Absolutely.
shoot that on a text thread over to us.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah,
on,
we'll do, guys.
help your bros out.
I can't tell how many
That'll
times
help me
I
a
click
lot.
on something, I'm like, nope, back out. Because none of the paywalls works on that. And I'll tell you what, I ain't paying for
I'll
that
tell you
crap.
what, of all the people in my life, you're the only person I know that has ESPN Plus.
Does it surprise you, though?
It's the combination that I got it with Hulu and Disney.
Oh.
So you can get ESPN Plus along with that.
Right.
So it's just a package deal.
Well, I want that. Spit it up, Schulte.
Will do.
Yeah, so Big Suk. So we think backup quarterbacks matter in the NFL. And then, of course, this is also very important because if Big Suk does not hit the over on the over-under, he is fired on the spot. Kim will be here, and she will fire you. So there are two ways.
To eat dog poo out of a red Solo cup?
No, that's ridiculous. There are two ways you can win. The over-under, now, there are 32 NFL teams. You are going to have to get the highest over ever.
I've never failed because I haven't been fired yet, so
Right.
let's go.
You keep winning,
Yeah.
but this year the over-under is at an all-time high of 27.5.
And I did say that I came into this one feeling pretty cocky.
So you can
But
only miss.
But I don't have Buck, so, because Buck's usually good for a handful on his own.
You can only miss 4. Now, if you fail, we have the third-string quarterback game, and there are 13 third-string quarterbacks officially listed on our lads.
God. All right.
You will have to get 6.5 out of 13. Now, if you fail that,
Then
you're done.
Now, I asked
I
the
need
question.
a new co-host.
Because I can think of one off the top of my head, and I'll start with the Chargers. I know who their 2 quarterbacks are that are backups. I'm not certain I know who the true backup is. Does that count?
Well, again, we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see how you do.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go division by division, okay? This probably won't take you much time at all.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these, I do agree that this year
I think it's easier.
there hasn't been as much movement.
No, when I was watching, I didn't see a lot of movement, and there weren't a lot of guys when I watched the preseason, because I only really watched the beginning when the actual backup would play. There weren't a lot of guys like, who the hell is... I remember when like Bajent came in for Chicago, I had to be like, who? The hell is this?
Let's start with the NFC West and the Arizona Cardinals.
That would be Clayton Tune.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I got to get my little dinghy here.
That douche canoe.
1 for 1. How about the Rams? Matthew Stafford.
Well,
Backed up by?
This is a 2-pronger. So right now it's Stetson Bennett.
Okay.
Because Jimmy Garoppolo is suspended. When
All right.
Garoppolo comes back, it'll be Jimmy G.
That's good.
And then Bennett will whatever.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's back up in San Francisco.
That's the aerospace man. That's Daubers.
Josh Dobbs, 3 for 3. And then in Seattle, Geno
Easiest
Smith.
one.
Why? Why is it easy? Because Sam Howell's better than Geno Smith? Is that why you're saying that? Oh, wait. I already gave it to
It's
you.
insulting.
I mean, I watched every Seahawks preseason game. I'm sure Suk did too.
Yes.
And what do you think?
Would you stop?
You can't just say that and then just leave us hanging. Who's better?
That Sam Howell should be taking over for Geno. No.
Not yet.
If they decide to move off of Geno's contract, Sam Howell would be a okay level
Geno's gonna have a
replacement.
big year. Geno's gonna surprise some people this year.
AFC West, Denver, Bo Nix.
Now this is one that again I'm not 100% certain. So it's Stidham and Zach Wilson, and I think it's Stidham, but I'm not certain. But those are the 2. They got 3 quarterbacks.
5 for 5. Let's go with the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes' new backup.
Oh, that's Carson Wentz.
6 for 6. Carson Wentz, that one might have stumbled, or might have gotten a few people to stumble.
Except Holmes didn't play. I'll even go a step further. They signed Bailey Zappi to the practice squad. But I don't think he's on the active roster.
Dude, next year I smelled the practice squad quarterback game.
Oh,
That might be harder because then you get into the weird like
Kellen Mond. Who's he playing for?
Remember a couple years
Cleveland.
ago, like when all of a sudden like the Easton Sticks of the world, you're like, who the hell is that? And now, like Easton Stick's been around. I don't know, like all the weird quarterbacks have been phased out. We know who these guys are now.
Gardner Minshew, Raiders.
Oh, that's the
stash.
The guy that was for the rookie.
He's not the stash.
O'Connell, Aiden O'Connell.
That is correct. You are
Looks like a
7 for
stash.
7.
Why couldn't I think of his name?
Justin Herbert's back up in L.A.
This is one again I'm not certain of. It's either Easton Stick or the Heineken man. They got both.
It is Easton Stick. NFC East.
See, a number of years ago when Easton Stick was on this list, these are the ones that would stump you.
8 for 8. NFC East, Dak Prescott, backup quarterback. Dallas Cowboys.
I got you if you don't.
Ooh. You got him on this one? He's stumped.
It's an easy one.
I don't think it is,
I don't
actually.
know why I'm blanking on the Cowboys.
He
Schultze.
never.
Cooper Rush.
Oh, Cooper
Trey,
Rush.
and if you want to play the third string game, Trey Lance is there.
Yeah,
as
Trey
Shut
Lance.
up!
Well,
It's a separate game.
But I brought that up because people don't know. Is Trey the second? Is
I
Cooper-
understand. please understand that we're doing something completely different for third-string quarterbacks.
My apologies. Producer ruins everything. All right, I'll shut up.
I don't know why Cooper Rush was.
Cooper
was
Rush.
drawing a
That's
blank.
a weird one. I just
like
assume that he sucks.
I should have known. He does.
But why is he always their backup?
Yeah, he's there. But I should have known. That's the Easton stick. He's been around long enough. For whatever reason, I was thinking that Dallas had brought in someone else.
All right, 9 for 9. Daniel Jones, New York, his backup.
Drew Lock.
10 for 10. Eagles, Jalen Hurts, new backup.
Oh, they got baby hands. They got
Who's baby hands?
Kenny Pickett.
11 for 11. Look at you.
I told you I felt.
Are you gonna go perfect?
I felt. Well, I missed the Cowboys, but Schultz bailed me out. So technically,
Well, he
counts. All right.
Jaden Daniels, Washington, backup quarterback.
I got this one for you.
Oh yeah, this is Marcus.
Yeah. Marcus Mariota.
Took me a second on that one.
NFC North, Bears, Caleb Williams.
That's the secret Bajet man.
Okay. Jared Goff, Lions.
It's
this one could stump some people, but
it's the Tennessee kid. It's,
we talked about it here.
Hendon Hooker.
That's correct. Green Bay, Jordan Love, backup quarterback.
They went out and they traded. The only reason I know this is because they made the trade. They went out and got Malik Willis.
And finally, the Vikings have Sam Darnold, who is their backup.
They traded Jaron Reed.
This one's a little tricky.
To Seattle. Minnesota has.
Sam was supposed to be the backup. Dang it.
Tricky, but not.
Who does Minnesota have? They had Reed. They had like 3 guys that were playing.
Mullins?
Who?
Nick Mullins.
That is correct.
Hey, Schultze.
Dude. Schultze keeping you perfect.
Boy, I'll tell you what. I don't think I was coming up with Nick Mullins.
You guys are a perfect 16 for 16.
Schultze, you're coming in the clutch, buddy. I love it.
Thanks. I had to go to my head and just find the box score. I saw his name.
Boy, I just could not think.
Buck wouldn't be helping you this much.
Freaking Buck.
Okay, we'll get to the next 16, the final 16. Coming up next, we'll see if you can go perfect.
I like it.
You've never done that.
No.
And if you do, you also get fired. So be careful.
Well, Schultze, on the next one, just shut up.
All right, here's Schultze with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, the Seattle Mariners trying to get the ship righted after losing 4 in a row to the Angels and Athletics. They're 6.5 back of the Houston Astros for first in the AL West. Game 3 of 4 in Oakland tonight has George Kirby and J.P. Sears facing off on the bump. First pitch set for 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. Some NFL notes today. The Washington Commanders suspending Vice President of Content Rael Enteen for comments made to an undercover reporter disparaging team players. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, as well as calling Commissioner Roger Goodell a, quote, $50 million puppet. He's been with the Commanders for the last 4 seasons. The Houston Texans signed backup quarterback Davis Mills to a 1-year, $5 million extension. Just gave Suk an answer there. The New York Jets signing defensive back Michael Carter to a 3-year, $30 million extension. That includes $19 million in guarantees. And the Denver Broncos signing Patrick Surtain to a 4-year, $96 million extension. That includes $77.5 million in guaranteed money. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Swinging a ground ball up the middle into right center field. Blade rounding third, being waved in. He will score, and the A's win it. A walk-off single by Seth Brown. And Oakland on back-to-back nights with walk-off wins against the Mariners here at the Coliseum.
Yeah, you can just hear that wah in his voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
A's, man.
I mean, you can make the argument that the Mariners are the most disappointing team in Major League Baseball this year. I mean,
you could make that argument.
Yeah, it's rough.
Who's Leading the Charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Power up your summer at Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fred Meyer for over 30,000.
Practice squad game.
Practice squad quarterback game. It's getting too easy. Big Souk right now, if you're just tuning in, he is throwing a perfect game along with the help of Schultze over there.
Schultze has a couple saves. Not certain I was coming up with the Cowboys, which that's the one I feel bad about. Like, that one was dumb. The Vikings,
well,
I can live with that.
The Cowboys guy has been there forever. Like, he's one of the longest standing backup.
I don't know why I thought that they went and got someone new. Maybe I was the Trey Lance thing was in my head.
So Big Souk needs to get 27.5 to save his job out of the 32 backup quarterbacks. Right now, he is 16 for 16.
Cruising right now.
But a fun fact, if he goes perfect, he also loses his job. So this is getting dicey. Let's go to the AFC East. Josh Allen back up in Buffalo.
They got a new one. Oh no, he was there last year. It's Trubisky.
That's correct. Miami, Tua.
That is the great Skylar Thompson with Mike White getting chopped.
A fun fact about Skylar Thompson, he and Brock Purdy, 6th and 7th round quarterbacks, are the only 2 remaining quarterbacks drafted in that draft on their original teams.
It's a fun little nugget. And by the way, Skylar Thompson 2 years ago in the playoffs was better than Tua last year in the playoffs. Just saying.
Yeah, it was cold though. If you throw Skylar in that cold weather.
Skylar can handle it. His name's Skylar, for God's sakes.
Patriots, the starting quarterback is Jacoby Brissett, making the backup.
Drake May. And by the way,
that is correct.
Can you really respect a man named Skylar?
Yeah, it's a tough lot in life.
That's tough. It's tough.
Aaron Rodgers, Jets. This one, not that easy.
Oh, they went out. They got a veteran. They got Tyrod Taylor.
That's correct. 20 for 20.
I had a brief moment there. I was like, no, they went out and got someone so they didn't have to go to Zach Wilson.
Let's go to the AFC North. You've got Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Still Josh Johnson.
Joe Burrow in Cincinnati.
Still Jake Browning.
Deshaun Watson in Cleveland.
They got same one they had. I don't think they got a new one. They got. They got Jameis. They got Jameis Winston.
It's like they got to save you. Nope, they did get a new one.
Famous
Jameis.
23 for 23. And then we have Russell Wilson, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's Fields.
Justin Fields. Okay.
Cruising.
All right.
Hey, like I said, I just
no
felt,
real hiccups.
Nah, I didn't think there was a lot of weird ones this year.
Let's go with the NFC South. Kirk Cousins, Atlanta.
Michael Penix Jr.
We've got Bryce Young, Carolina.
They got Andy Dalton.
We've got Derek Carr, New Orleans.
This is one I'm not certain who the backup is because they got Hayner and they got Spencer Rattler, and I don't know who they named the backup.
Jake Hayner is the backup.
Okay, because Rattler had a good preseason. They were I've seen some people jocking him.
And then let's see, we've got Baker Mayfield in Tampon.
That's still Kyle Trask.
You won.
Boom!
You won the backup quarterback. Dude, you went perfect.
Great, now I'm fired.
Well, not yet.
No. There's more?
But if I were you, I would purposefully miss one of these.
We're going to chump this thing? Oh, that's right, because we've
still got
another division.
Yeah, we've got one last division, and that is the AFC South. C.J. Stroud, Houston.
That's still it's still Mills, right?
I just said it.
Yeah, you just said it. He just got a
ago,
contract extension.
The Colts have Anthony Richardson back at the helm.
I hate to do it, but that is Joe Flacco.
Why do you hate that? I love Joe Flacco.
He was great last year.
I do. I think he's great. I think he's a great story. And
I'm gonna have to miss one of these next two because I'm not getting fired.
People crap on Joe Flacco, and they should just stop.
He was great last year.
So you're 30 for 30. Trevor Lawrence, like the ESPN show.
Like the ESPN show.
Trevor Lawrence backup.
I
know you know this.
It is really easy. It's Mac Jones.
Oh my God, you better get this wrong, dude.
I will. Don't worry.
Last but not least, the Tennessee Titans.
This is to phone a friend.
Will Levis.
Tennessee has...
Actually, you might not get this.
I know this.
You do
it's
know this.
Billy Joe Hobart is the backup quarterback in Tennessee.
Saved your job, man.
Jimmy Martin?
Thank God.
Really close.
Yes.
Mason Rudolph, the backup.
Neil O'Donnell.
Would you like to play the third-string quarterback game just for funsies?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go the third stringers.
So there are 13 third stringers officially listed on rosters.
Mm-hmm.
You must get 6.5.
By the way, this really is another indictment on I watch way too much.
These aren't that hard either.
Football.
I think you're going to get most of these.
Okay.
Let's start with Pittsburgh. After Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, they have...
They got Fields, Wilson, and... Who else do they have? I'm trying to scan my brain for who else played for them this preseason.
You idiot.
I don't think I have this. No.
Any help from Schultze on
Schultze,
on
you got who Pittsburgh's got here?
I'm trying to think of the third one in Pittsburgh. I can't
Has he been around? Rookie?
It is Kyle Allen.
Kyle Allen. See, that's the son of a gun in the years past that would trip me up. The Kyle Allens of the world, but they're all gone.
Now they're third strings.
Exactly. Get out of here.
Okay, Cleveland, Deshaun Watson and Jameis Winston. There is a third stringer there.
Huh.
I think I know this one.
We talked about it just the other day.
We did?
Yeah.
We talked about this, huh?
We sure did.
Talked about who?
You were here. Thanks for paying attention.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. The third string quarterback game's kicking me square in the junk. Schultze.
That would be DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson,
That is
former
correct.
Pac-12er. Let's
That
go.
is correct.
I should have known that. He actually played, too.
They had another guy, but I think they got rid of him or put him on the practice squad or something.
Yeah, they were.
They had somebody else. Oh, they had Anthony Brown, didn't they?
Thank you. Yeah, they were having trouble deciding. It's like Brown and, very similar to DTR.
Okay, this one I know you got because you mentioned him earlier, but Broncos, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham.
Zach Wilson.
Third string is indeed Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I only remember ones where there was an actual battle for the backup quarterback job. Like those I remember.
Chargers, I think you got this one too. Justin Herbert, Easton Stick.
Tyler Heineken.
It's Taylor Heineke. Not Tyler Heineken. I'm only going to give you half for
the
that.
The Heineken man.
You only get half for that. Just for fun. Okay. Colts, Anthony Richardson and Joe Flacco, third stringer.
Okay, I think I can name the practice squad too, because that was the one where anyone that used to be a quarterback you heard of was with the Colts. So they had the Beaner, they had Jason Bean from Kansas, and they also had Sam Ellinger. One of those sons of bitches is going to be there. But
I need a name. I need one name. One name? One name?
One name.
Who are you, Seal?
It's one of those two. Ellinger.
That's correct.
Boom! Is Bean on the practice squad? Do we know?
I think so. I don't know.
Because he played well. He played well in the preseason.
Dallas. Cooper Rush.
Well, that's Trey Lance.
That is Trey Lance.
That's Trey Lance.
Thanks,
who, again, they're still
Schultze.
trying to make something happen. 5 picks in a preseason game, for God's sakes. Or was it 4?
New York Giants, after Daniel Jones and Drew Lock, they have...
Is Tommy Cutlett still there?
Tommy DeVito.
Hey!
That is correct. So you're at 5.5. You need 1.5 more.
Well, I'm going to get the one in New Orleans, so.
No, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Eagles, Jalen Hurts, Kenny Pickett, and...
Hurts, Pickett, and, God, who else does Philly have?
This is the third string quarterback game we're playing here, if you're just tuning in. This is the fan.
Third string quarterback? I'm
1080 the fan.
Is he a vet, young guy? Give me a hint.
Tanner McKee.
Who?
Dude,
You weren't getting that.
I wasn't getting it. He was in Houston.
Washington, Jaden Daniels and Marcus Mariota, third string.
Washington, third string.
Yeah.
Boy, JP Lossman.
Whoa. Not in the league.
I was thinking of former Redskin quarterbacks.
You have to get 2 of the last 3.
Who was their third?
Oh, sorry. Jeff Driscoll.
Oh, my. Jeff Driscoll is still in the league?
Wow. Yeah, he's in Washington.
Dude, that guy sucked in college, and he sucks in the NFL.
Where was he in college?
He was in Florida, and then I think he bounced around to 2 more places. He was the #1 recruit in high school.
Wasn't he 5-star?
Yeah, he was the #1 player in his high school class, and he kicked
Am I
rocks.
bugging you, Ron?
I think he went to Southwest Louisiana, and he sucks in the NFL, and yet he's still getting paid all these years later.
Okay, so you can push by getting 1 of the final 3. If you get 2 of the final 3, you win.
Okay.
So let's go with the one that you know, the Saints.
Yeah.
After Derek Carr and Jake Hayner.
Spencer Rattler.
It is Spencer Rattler. So you're now at 6.5.
Yeah.
So you've tied
We're tied.
the over/under.
Yeah. So either way, I'm not getting fired. Whew.
You're not.
Thank God.
Vikings, Sam Darnold, Nick Mullins, and...
It's not Jaron Hall anymore. He got dealt.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah, he's in Seattle. It's not Mond. He's
Wait,
not there anymore.
Who's in Seattle?
Jaron Hall. Yeah, the BYU guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
Practice squad?
Yeah, practice squad. They traded for him. But the sad part is I didn't remember Nick Mullins was their backup, so chances are I'm not going to remember who the hell their third-string quarterback is.
Vikings stumped you.
Yeah, the Vikings.
They got you.
They got me. Goes to show you how little I care about the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, they really have a backup quarterback playing starter.
It's true. They got Sam Darnold. I mean, it should have been.
You know.
Yeah, this is like a practice squad, technically.
I don't know.
It comes down to the last one. Brett Rippon.
Ow, for God's sakes.
Is their third-string quarterback. And finally,
should have known that.
The San Francisco 49ers have Brock Purdy and Josh Dobbs. Third-string quarterback is... Now, Buck would help you on this.
Buck would help me on this. Where is Buck when I need him? Down there being a highfalutin you-know-what.
He's probably at Niners practice.
So they got... who the Niners got? Again,
I don't think you're going to get
this.
this.
Give me a hint?
Well, we have his last name is the same last name of another third-string quarterback we have already spoken about.
We've done this. This douche has been a backup like 9 different places. It's Brandon Allen, isn't it?
That is correct. It is indeed Brandon Allen, and you once again win the third-string quarterback game.
So every year, they get you between Colin Allen, but they just transfer teams. How is that guy still hanging around making an NFL paycheck?
A lot of guys named Allen out
Yes, and none of them are any good.
Except for
Josh. He's actually good.
Well, for another year, you keep your gig.
Thank God.
Nice job.
All right.
Went perfect. That's a first.
That's a first.
And
yeah,
next year.
Can we officially say that Buckley, like, he does nothing but drag me down? You give me Schultze, and now we're perfect. Schultze, they can never take that away from me.
I'm already jotting into my notes that next year, one, you must go perfect in order to keep your job. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
We will also do the third-string quarterback game, and we are going to do the practice squad quarterback game. May take a little more work on my part, but that's what I'm here for.
You have to dig around for that one a little bit. And something tells me that practice. You know what, though? The practice squad might actually be easier than the third string because it's going to be a lot of the draft picks and, like, college kids.
Well,
we'll
find out.
We'll see.
Tune in again next year. Major League Baseball Records Watch, next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Yeah, we didn't play well enough, and there were some, miscommunications that we had to clean up, but certainly room for improvement, but they know that they didn't play to the standard that we want, and we can be better there.
That's Dan Lanning now. He'll be on tomorrow at 4. Do you think he's going to be a little...
I think he might be a little bristly.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly the offensive line coach of the Ducks was walking around with a T-shirt that said like 2 whatever yards per carry Idaho. So when the coach is making T-shirts to wear to practice, it lets you know that you didn't do great.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Idaho, giving a scare into the Ducks, who were 40-plus point favorites. I did not see that coming.
Look, I'm just glad it only took 1 week, and now I can get back to nobody's giving us a chance, man. Everybody's counting us out. We barely beat Idaho. Where all those national championship picks going to go after 1 week of the season?
You rank number 3 after Greg McMurphy.
Wait until the AP poll comes out, because they will tumble in the AP poll, and rightfully so.
Dirt and Spray, weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
If you're looking to golf in one of the most unique landscapes in the Pacific Northwest, you'll find it at Mount Hood Oregon Resort. With stunning views at every turn and 27 holes nestled into the hillsides of the Mount Hood National Forest, you'll be reminded of why golf is not just a sport, but a way to escape and connect with the beauty of nature. And with the elevation, you'll get a few extra yards out of your shots too. For an unforgettable round of golf, book your tee time at mounthood-resort.com. That's mthood-resort.com.
Hey, it's Dusty. Craving something refreshing? Swing by Victorico's Mexican Food for their incredible summer smoothies. Horchata, mangonada, or limeade. Trust me, they're packed with all-natural goodness and gluten-free. Quench your thirst with a burst of flavor. Visit Victorico's today. Order online at victoricos.com.
Portland Perks.
Head to Portland Perks for an amazing deal at Wildlife Safari. Admission for 2 for just $28.75. Wildlife Safari is just south of Roseburg and a fun adventure for the whole family. Limited quantity available only at portlandperks.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. If you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, and they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Call 1-800-DIVORCE and get your phone questions answered at no charge.
serving the greater Portland, Vancouver area.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
So hit it.
Prime Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, now to baseball. Hey, I saw a little fun fact before we get to Records Watch here.
I do love fun facts.
Yeah, this is a kind of a fun little fact. So do you remember the 2002 World Series? Do you remember who played in that?
Was that the Yankees Diamondbacks? Or was that...
No, that was 01.
That was 01. 2002.
The year after that, it was the Giants and Angels.
Okay.
And one famous video or photo from that World Series was JT Snow pulling the bat boy out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that at home plate?
Yeah, at home plate. Like he picked him up and carried him off. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, he dragged his ass out of there because he was about to get run over.
Well, he was like 3 years old.
Yeah, he was only 3. Yeah, he was a tiny kid. It
was Dusty Baker's kid, wasn't it?
That boy, his name was Darren Baker, Dusty Baker's son.
Yeah.
He is now 22, and he has been called up, and he is playing in the major leagues with the Washington Nationals.
Get the hell out of town.
That little boy from that little video.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. Darren. May not have happened had he got his little ass run over.
Right. Pete Rose was gunning for him.
Look at that. He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, that's Dusty's son.
I remember that when you said that. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that being Dusty Baker's son. Boy, that makes me feel extremely old.
He's now in the bigs.
Yeah.
So
is he like a top prospect or just kind of?
Okay. I don't know.
I didn't know. I feel like maybe he was coming up with some fanfare.
I don't know.
Thought you might know.
I don't know anything. Major League Baseball Records Watch. Will the White Sox lose 120 games? That would be the well, it's not the record, but it's the modern day record.
Yeah, because the old record was like what, like
the Spiders
12 or something.
Yeah, they lost like 138 or something.
And by the way, for fairness, I lied. Remember, I said they were 39 games out of fourth place in their division.
Yeah,
they're 39 and a half. So,
well, they are. The White Sox are 4-38 since the All-Star break, dude.
Yes,
I mean it's unbelievable, and they're winning tonight. They're beating Baltimore.
Yeah,
6-1. I mean, what the hell?
Boy, does that say something right there? Like, although
about what?
I mean, just
are you crapping on the Orioles?
Really? Come on, Baltimore. You're in the midst of it. Like, you're got a half game up on the Yankees, and you're losing to the White Sox.
Are they up on the Yankees?
Yeah, half game.
I mean, they keep having starting pitchers get injured. It's not like they're.
But imagine at the end of the year losing to the Yankees by 1 game, and you're going to look back and be like, really? We lost to the Chicago White Sox. I did see Gunnar hit his 35th, though.
So the White Sox are on pace for. So the 62 Mets lost 120.
Mm-hmm.
As of now, they are 31-109. 110.
No, it's 31-109.
Okay, then maybe they didn't play last night. They're on pace for 126 losses.
Do we know what the
at their current win percentage?
Yeah, which is
0.221. That's crazy.
Do we know what the all-time run differential record is?
Ooh, that I don't.
Because they're at negative 310, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. I mean, the Rockies, as crappy as they are, the Rockies have a negative 214. And the White Sox are significantly worse.
Well, again,
310.
we go back to the 1899 Cleveland Spiders, the team that I told you about.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Where the owner owned two teams, and he took all the players from the Spiders and he put them on the other team.
Which, by the way, I still contend that is so diabolically good. It's fantastic. But
so they
can't
lost
count that.
They lost 138 games, and their run differential was minus 723.
It doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Yeah, the actual all-time worst run differential, minus 349 by the 32 Red Sox.
So
1932 Red Sox?
That is correct. And the White Sox on pace to finish at minus 361, meaning that they would beat that record. So there you go.
Oh, the White Sox.
Dude, that's amazing.
God bless America.
And what's also amazing about the White Sox is that some people thought that they might be all right.
Yeah,
like they were not supposed to be this bad.
I remember people saying that at the start of the year. They're like, there's some talent there. No.
Aaron Judge is dipping a little bit. He is now only on pace for 59 home runs.
So
Gigantic
he's not
slouch.
catching his own record.
There are 4 active players to hit 50 or more home runs in a season. Can you name them?
4 active that hit 50 or more. Well, Judge.
Yeah.
Has Vlad hit more than 50?
No.
No. What about Harper?
No.
Alonzo?
Yes. 53.
Okay, you got 53. Ohtani's never got 50, right?
No.
Where's he?
Although
at?
he could this year.
Yeah, he could. I mean,
That's next on my list. 50-50 watch.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else going through. Who am I missing here that would have been a big home run hitter?
You got anything over there, Schultze?
Trout ever get 50?
No, I'm going
Trout,
older. No, I'm missing it.
Shohei's at 44 home runs and 46 steals right now.
Okay, so he's.
Eh?
I mean, he's close.
It's going to be close.
Yeah. Did
3
Soto ever get 50? Did Stanton ever get 50?
Stanton,
that's
59.
Yeah, and that was with Miami?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that's why nobody
Yes.
remembers that one.
And then the other one is Matt Olson.
Oh, duh.
54.
I wasn't getting Matt Olson.
No,
I didn't figure you would.
Everybody forgets about the guy that took over for Freddie Freeman, and he's regressed right back to the mean this year. So
there are 2 guys chasing a triple crown. Did you know that outside of Aaron Judge, there's actually another guy within earshot of a triple crown?
No.
He's in the NL.
He's in the NL?
Yeah. I didn't even know this until I saw it online.
He's in the NL.
He's having a hell of a year. He's not nearly as close as Aaron Judge is. Like right now, Aaron Judge leads in home runs by 6.
Mm-hmm.
He leads in RBI by 19. And he is only Vlad passed him. He is 3rd in batting average. Bobby Witt's at 340. Vlad Guerrero's at 328, and Judge is at 324. So he's pretty close. He needs Witt to slide back a little bit.
So it's not. I thought you said he was in the NL.
He is. I'm talking about Judge.
Oh, talking about Judge. I was like, wait,
there's
Witt.
2 guys vying for a triple crown: Aaron Judge and
what, Ozuna or Ketel Marte?
Yes,
Ozuna.
You got it.
Oh,
Marcel Ozuna. He of Atlanta Braves fame. I don't know how many people would know that because the Braves are a little off this year.
Yeah, I mean they're fighting with the Mets for their playoff life.
And that dude, I think he missed all. Was that last year or 2 years ago where it was domestic violence? He got
popped, right?
He got booted from the team. Now he's back and he's freaking awesome.
Yeah, look at this: 306, 37, and 98.
Oh man,
I'll be damned. No, I wasn't getting that
about
at
that?
all. I thought maybe like Alvarez or something. I don't know, but I guess that's AL.
And did you see Ben Joyce, the closer for the Angels?
105?
105.5.
Good Lord.
He threw a pitch 105.5 miles per hour. That is insane.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that come across my Twitter.
And he said he could
timeline.
go even faster. He can throw even harder.
Like in practice, we've seen it.
We're gonna see 110.
Are we?
I think so.
I don't know about that.
We never thought we were going to see over 102.
I know.
100 was going to be amazing. And I'm not saying we're ever going to get to 150, but
Dude, I just think what you're going to see is you're going to see someone's arm fall off in real time.
Well, we've already seen that. Go Google what was his name, Mike Saunders. That snapping sound when he pitched for the Rays back in the day,
Dude,
it happens.
Throwing 105. And is there a difference between 101 and 105?
I wonder.
I guess there's a difference, but they say there's a big difference between mid 90s and high 90s. I don't know. Someone's up there throwing, 101 cheese, and then all of a sudden you're bringing 105. I mean, that seems absurd.
So they're saying that
Because Skeens hits regular. He hits triple digits. He's a starter.
They're saying that Joyce came 0.3 miles per hour shy of throwing the fastest recorded pitch in the history of Major League Baseball. Aroldis Chapman has that distinction, throwing 105.8 and 105.7.
I can't say that I knew that Chapman was hit 105.
Oh, yeah. A few years ago.
Almost 106.
Yet he still sucks.
Well, he was good at one point, but he's a piece of S, and he's now.
He is a piece of S,
yes.
But he's actually still pretty good. He's pitching for the. He's with the Bucks now, the Pirates.
Well, is he having a decent year?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
That's what happens when you start throwing 100, even as you get older. You know, you get down to like 95 by the time you're 40 years old. You can still pitch in the majors, right?
Yeah, crazy, man.
I just can't fathom the human body like doing that, being able. Because I saw the clip of the what's the kid's name from the Angels?
Ben Joyce.
Yeah, he's the tall, lanky guy. You know, he doesn't look like not like was it Brian Wilson up there or whatever. He's some scary giant dude. He's got that arm whip.
And that is Major League Baseball Records Watch.
I like it.
3 weeks left, guys. All right. Let's grab a pub beer.
Let's do it.
And slide on into the club. We have an update on the world's most isolated tribe. They're killing people. Next on The Fan.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Morty. It's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
You want to go blow some ducks?
We get rid of all the women. We get rid of all the black guys. Shove that straight up your little kid ass. Get creative. Steal that guy's money. How far up your ass is your head? I'm going to show you my boots. You freaking bitch. Freaking punch it, bitch. She is an aloof bitch. This bitch is behind maintenance. Kick the ball, you little bitch. Resourceful little bitch. I'm going to kick your ass, you little bitch. Pop me up over there, bitch. I came hard today.
I've come hard on a Friday.
I'm coming hard. Black dong. He put the USDA stamp on his dong. Reading the paragraph like, black, please. Thank you.
Keeping it classy.
I love it.
Keeping it classy.
I just love it. I once had a family member tell me she was very excited to hear our show.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That's always problematic.
I know. And she told me, eventually she just stopped listening. She was like, I cannot listen to you. No. And I said, I know. I get it.
Yeah, I've never once been offended by someone that says, hey, I tried. And you're like, yeah,
I get it.
Yeah. Well, it's bad, but like I discourage. Like if I meet someone and like we're talking and they get to know them a little bit and they're like, oh, yeah, you got that show, right? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, hey, how do I listen? I'm usually like, you know what? Just.
Yeah, don't even worry about it.
It's probably for the best.
You don't want to listen.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that's so true. It's like, that's
weird.
Not the way you're going to fall in love with this show is just like meeting, oh, you have a show? I'll check it out. Yeah. It's going to be the furthest thing from what you think it is.
Exactly.
And you're going to be like, what the hell?
It's problematic. And then they ask me what it's about. And then I either have to say sports. And then either they get really excited about sports and I'm like, get ready to be disappointed. Or like, if you're like you can tell maybe someone's very wholesome. You're like, yeah, okay. Then there's going to be a weird judgment thing, like the special lady friend, like her friends, like she's like, oh, he's got a radio show, you should listen. I'm like, I don't think
you shouldn't.
No, that's not. My father-in-law's penis lit up a room wherever he went. Yeah, you're not prepared for that. You're not prepared to talk about my father's penis, and if you're not, then this may not be the show for Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important to me. It's true.
Yeah, so she was like, I can't listen to you guys. I'm like, look, you're not our demo, okay?
You're not running for president of Asia.
Yeah.
he's a kid. Yeah.
But I felt bad because I loved her. I was like, yeah. I really wanted to impress her. She just didn't get it.
Yeah. Or I get that when like someone's like, it's like a mom and they're like, oh, my husband and my son listen to you. And then I'm like, do you know what it is? And she's like, well, I've never listened. I'm like, just good. Keep it that way. Just something for the kids.
Hey, it's better than real sports talk. I'll tell you that.
Hot Mariners bullpen talk. Go. Jerry DePoto fired. Go.
I don't even want to talk about the bullpen.
Yes,
Stop.
you do.
Hey, wait. Plug your podcast. You got a podcast about the Mariners?
Get a shameless plug in there, Schulte. With all your Mariner caps.
Yeah, just started it. It's called Believe in Mariners, BLEAV. Doing it, hopefully going to find a former Mariners player to start hosting it with. But 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
It's a bold task to try to find.
I
what's
know.
JJ Puts up to?
Seriously, I mean, there's there's the Josh Wilsons of the world, the Aaron Loopers that might be just coaching and wanting a media opportunity. So
wait, BLEAV?
Yeah, BLEAV. It's a digital media company.
That's your company?
It's the company that is doing the podcast that I am hosting. Yeah.
Oh.
So they've got a whole plethora of team podcasts. They've got some pop culture stuff. A couple of former national radio hosts do a podcast for them, a sports podcast. So
now, who are those guys?
Believe?
No. Who are the national radio hosts?
Oh, JT the Brick and Tom Looney.
JT the Brick?
Yeah, JT and Looney, two of my favorites.
That is a classic name.
Who was the gravelly voice? Who is that guy?
You're talking about Pharrell on the bench.
Pharrell on the bench.
Scotty Pharrell. I love sports.
I always get him confused with JT the Brick, but yeah.
Well, I think he's a much smarter dude.
Yeah, JT is way better than
He came from like the world of finance. He was an accountant before he gave all that up and decided to be a sports radio guy.
Hey, Swag.
So wait, JT the Brick is now doing some podcast?
Well, yeah, he's the Raiders pre and post game host down in Las Vegas, and he was like calling preseason games. So he's just doing a daily show in that market. He is living his best life.
I was gonna say he probably made a lot of money.
Oh yeah, I bet JT the Brick is doing just fine, and soon it'll be JT the Brick and Schultze.
That would be awesome. But yeah,
with
seriously,
JJ Putz and I don't know.
It's Putz.
The Putzer. The greatest JJ Putt story of all time was the Slump Buster story with our promotions.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you are turning me down?
Yeah.
I actually got the inside scoop from JJ Putz. It's Putz, but Putz on how Mike Hargrove got fired back in or why he resigned.
I thought it was Putz.
I think it's Putz.
No, it's Putz.
JJ Putz.
I watched him close for the Mariners for like 2 seasons.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's Putz.
All right.
No, but he did give the skinny on how Mike Hargrove ended up quitting because he hated being in the clubhouse with Ichiro Suzuki back in like 07, middle of an 8-game winning streak.
Well, who cares about that? Listen to this story.
Yeah, so we were at the Mariners. Did they still do the Mariners caravan?
They did this year, yeah.
So yeah, like before the start of the season, they send a couple Mariners and they go around to the state and they like show up at like an auto show or something. And I think that's where we were at. I think we were at like an auto show.
RV.
Was it an RV show? And so they sent a couple Mariner players, and it was never like it wasn't Julio, right?
Well, Putz was good.
Yeah, like I said,
Putz.
that's about as good as it got.
Closer.
And so our promotions gal Angie. At the time,
what she's doing now.
I don't know. And so she was there milling around the RV show, and let's just say that the old Putzer there liked a little bit of what Angie had going on, and I think Angie was kind of flattered about what JJ had. So they were talking, and Angie thought that this was going to be like exchange phone numbers and give you a call when I'm and let's go out. No, I think JJ thought it was more of like, hey. Why don't we head on over down to across the street and have ourselves a little what have you during the RV show. And so when he let her know, I'm not really interested in like dating you. Let's go over and see what's up. Angie told him no, and he was so put out by it. And so he literally looked at her and go, wait, you are telling me no. He was shocked that she was turning down his advances.
She didn't want none of that.
She didn't want none of that.
Putz.
She didn't know. But because in his mind, he thought that this was a layup, and then she gave him the Dikembe. Oh, no.
Career earnings, JJ Putz.
$28 million.
No.
$39.5 million.
Nice.
Good for him.
Hey,
yeah.
maybe she should have said yes.
But he didn't want.
Well,
he wasn't
no,
going to let her get some of that scratch.
No, but she could have
He just wanted to do it.
Could have gotten like a Derek Jeter package, an autographed ball, or get a selfie.
Hey,
Yeah.
to this day, I respect the hell out of Angie for saying, and she was single and young and it's like
she could have had a great night with JJ.
Yeah, that's like a opportunity if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
But for her, she's like, nah, I'm out.
But
wait, you're turning me down?
The look of disgust on his face. And
I
you could
sure am.
In real time.
JJ.
It happens to everybody.
I'm guessing that when JJ goes to the local RV show and finds the promotion girl that's been flirting with him for 20 minutes, I'm guessing that is, that's
low-hanging fruit.
That's low-hanging fruit.
For JJ.
Yes.
He's got a hotel room. He doesn't have his wife.
It's kind of adorable, though, that she thought that he was interested in something more than an RV show.
Yeah, I mean, don't flatter yourself.
And that story right there is why I want to find a former Mariner to come on the show. Host with me every time. We can hear stories like that.
Hey, try to get Richie Sexton. He seems like a great guy.
He is a great guy, isn't he?
Is he? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Want to be in the same room with him. He kind of looks like a D-bag. But
what? Richie Sexton?
If I were 6'10" and a multimillionaire, how nice would a person, and a professional athlete on top of that, how nice of a person would I be?
Richie Sexton's the man.
I
will not stand for Richie Sexton slander.
Well, I didn't say anything. I said you should
you
go find Richie
insinuated
Sexton.
that he's an a-hole.
I insinuated nothing. You're making an ass by making assumptions.
By the way, Angie's still around.
Is she still around?
I'm peeping her LinkedIn.
And JJ Putz is married. Found his wife on LinkedIn.
Well, I mean, look.
I don't think he was married at the time.
I think he was.
I bet he was. He's been married for quite a while.
But whatever.
Not that it matters.
None of my business.
Yeah, it's not. Unless your name's Rory McIlroy, it's not my business.
Yeah, Schultz gets all indignant when it's a golfer, but when it's a Mariner, he's like, it's fine. No big deal.
No, he's not ending his marriage to do that. That's caveat, bro.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, we don't even.
All right, I've got an update on the isolated tribes of Peru.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
We are going to talk about that, Jason. Next.
Look at that.
That's my Ryan Seacrest. On the Fan.
It's the Vancouver year of cheap fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
Primetime Peru. This is a follow-up story regarding the Mashco Pyro tribe. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
You're
but
probably not, but let's go with it anyways.
Mashko Piro.
Here's the thing. I don't think anyone that is in
Yeah.
that tribe is listening right now.
Right.
Is it offended at your cultural insensitivity?
What if they're listening on the Odyssey app out in the
They're like, that son of a gun.
out in the jungles of Peru?
You get our name right. Someone just shows up the other day with to your door with a spear. Just waiting to stab your ass.
Well, they are a violent and isolated tribe of the Amazon.
Is there ever an isolated tribe that isn't violent?
Pretty good question. I'm
just feel
guessing they're all.
I feel like anytime you
That's the way they operate.
Yeah, that's right. Like I don't think you can survive in that environment for all those millennia. Just we're just pretty cool. We kind of live and let live sort of thing. I think that's really the way it works in the heart of the Amazon. There's a lot of stabbing and poison and things that goes on.
Yeah, I was thinking about our new club sponsor.
Yeah.
Pub Beer. Yeah. The official beer of Cheap Fun. Isn't it wild to think that people like this don't even there's no concept of cheap or expensive or value or a sale or even a bank? They know none of it.
No.
It's just effing wild to me.
You don't think we rocked down there with a case of pub beer? We were like, we come in peace. Let's just hang out and have a few. I don't think that's working. I mean, they probably drink some sort of weird, mash liquor made out of some sort of root.
That's another question is, do you think they get... Surely they get high and drunk, but how do they do it?
Again, it's probably some sort of tree... They're licking, tree frogs, or they're mixing up some sort of weird ayahuasca thing. I guarantee they have some sort of fermented drink. If there's one thing I know about history, it's that no matter what civilization and where it's at, we all
That's true.
Freddie Mercury said it best. The human condition requires some anesthesia from time to time. I think that's true no matter where
100%.
or when you lived.
Yeah, if they aren't getting high or wasted, they're missing out.
Look, I'll tell you what.
Maybe that'll get them to the dark side here.
I'm guessing that if you showed up at that tribe and they didn't stab you with a poison dart, I'm guessing those people could show you a good time. I'll bet you things get wild.
I just wonder how close do you think you could even get to them before they shot you with an arrow?
You probably wouldn't even see them.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I read that book, The Lost City of Z, on looking for one of the lost tribes in the Amazon. And they made a movie about it. It's really good. But the best explorer in the world, this was at the turn of the century, late 1800s, early 1900s. He went missing down there, and his whole crew basically got wiped out. And these guys were the best in the world at the time. And they kept sending more people. For the next 80 years, people would go looking for this dude. And people just kept in the 80s and 90s, people went down there
picked off.
Just getting picked off. And no one knows.
Wait, that's not funny. Why am I laughing?
Well, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy because you think now we've reached the point where we have all this technology. No, dude, they were sending people after that dude in the 80s and 90s, and they were like, I don't know, they went in and they were in there for a couple months, and they never came out.
Couple months?
Yeah. Well, there's this idea of eventually they'll come back out. No, they won't. People go missing in there all the time.
Dude, that jungle. You ever been down there?
No.
Dude, it's
kind of
wild.
terrifying.
It is vast and so wild.
Well, they just say that there are things in there that the diseases, the bugs, the different plants, the poisons, all that stuff. We have no idea. Humans shouldn't be able to exist in that environment, and yet these tribes have thrived there for hundreds or thousands of years.
What if we send that undercover reporter who nabbed the commander's VP in there?
See, here's the problem. I don't think that this tribe would think that she's a hot.
Yeah.
I think they've got a different concept of what's hot.
Do they even think in those terms?
I would assume they're
attractive. Yeah, because you have babies and stuff.
Yeah, babies and whatnot, and I'm sure there's hierarchies and stuff. But
you think there's a gay one?
Ooh, interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, I would guarantee that thing has gone back forever. Yeah, I'm sure there's someone over there doing samesies. Samesies
Well,
is
I
a
bet
thing.
they're not doing the samesies, but I bet they are deep down.
Oh, I bet they're doing the samesies.
Oh, you think so?
Because I don't think there's a stigma around it.
But he's gay.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I think just over there, man, it's hey, you like
everybody
samesies?
humps everybody else.
Well, you're out in the woods with your buddy, and you're out in the jungle, and you're on some sort of 3-week excursion, whatever. You're out there doing God knows what. You get a little lonely, and hey.
Schultz, they're taking applications.
Samesies is better than nothing.
Hell no.
No.
I like my running water and air conditioning.
Oh,
Thanks.
but the gay part.
What?
What?
What are you No. I'm very happy with my wife. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys don't want malaria or whatever is going on down there.
Yeah.
Again, read through that book.
All right.
all the guys, like they were telling the story about one of the dudes that didn't make it, and I'll never forget. He got some sort of bug that would burrow underneath your fingernails. There was some sort of little thing, little whatever, that would crawl underneath your fingernails and then like lodge itself in there with like little spines so you couldn't get it out. And so your fingernails would just swell and get pussy, and then like your fingertips would fall off. Not your fingernail, my man's fingertips were falling off in the jungle, and they're so deep in it, you can't turn around and just go back.
And why are they going in there again? They're just searching.
They were. This was all for the lost city of Z. Like there was the idea that basically the city of gold, like what is it, like El Dorado, that there's an ancient lost tribe in there with all these riches and.
What would it take for me? Like, what would have to be at the other end of the dangling carrot for me to get you to traverse the
like where these guys live?
There's a lot of different parts of the Amazon jungle, but
it's almost the size of the United States.
Yeah, it's huge, but it's all the same. It's not all the same, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm just gonna drop you in there.
No, there's nothing.
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 $1 billion treasure.
No.
Only you are the hunter.
No, because I'm gonna die. My big white ass in the middle of that thing? You think I'm Bear Grylls my way out of that? I mean, look, I'm a decent outdoorsman, but that's not outdoors. That's a whole other. No, your life is not worth $1 billion.
What if I sent you with a couple medics? Maybe a camera crew.
Well, nothing happens to the camera crew.
Never does.
The idea is like if you put me in the middle of that thing and it's going to take me a month plus to hike out, I'm not making it out. I'm dead. So no. There is no amount of money. You could give me $100 billion.
Okay. How about this?
And I'm not doing it.
How about this? I drop you into the jungle, Amazon. You don't know where.
Yeah.
But you just have to get out of it.
Yeah.
Could you do it?
No.
Really?
No, you could.
You don't think you could find a tributary and?
Oh God, no. I mean, you could find the river, but good luck making it out. I mean, there's just. Again, I've read enough of those books that I know I'm not walking through the Amazon. It might be the scariest place on earth. And I'm just so ill-equipped to deal with any of that. I mean, if an animal doesn't get me, starvation will get me, dehydration will get me. I mean, really, what's going to happen is I'm going to eat something. I'm going to get diarrhea. And then I'm going to become so weak that I'm going to curl up in a ball, and then I'm just going to die on a riverbank until some caiman comes over and grabs me.
I think Isaac wants to start like a Fordlandia 2.0 there.
A what now?
In the Amazon, you remember back in obviously you weren't alive, but there was a story of Henry Ford back in the 20s trying to establish a full-time rubber plantation for Ford Motor Company in the Amazon. And it did not work out so well. Even trying to establish like a town and like a full, you literally like a hospital, like a whole like set of services that you would have here. Even then, just because it's in the middle of the Amazon, it doesn't work.
Why did he? What? That sounds stupid.
Like, cheap rubber, bro.
Cheap rubber, yeah.
Cheap rubber, bro. All right, cool.
Well,
listen.
That's why now when people go in there, they don't go in there. They bring bulldozers and they just wipe parts of it out.
That leads us to our story.
Yeah.
So members of a violent and isolated Amazon tribe shot 2 loggers dead with arrows in Peru after several previous attacks and repeated warnings that a tree-cutting project had encroached on their territory.
Oh, boy.
Remember, we talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they were saying that
no one knew why.
Well, they came out to the beach.
Yeah, and they were just cruising around.
And they're just hanging out there, and there were some aerial shots, drone shots of them.
Yeah.
And they were like, they never come out here. Like, what is this?
Yeah, some experts were like, this
and they were
good.
saying that perhaps the loggers had driven them off of where they live.
Yeah.
And so now they're fighting back. A 3rd logger was injured. 2 more reported missing after the bow and arrow blitz.
Yeah. And then the sad part is what the companies do is they just light everything on fire and they try to burn them out. I mean, that's like their only recourse.
So the Mashco Piro tribe, which is believed to be the biggest group of indigenous people living with no outside contact, opened fire in a remote section of the rainforest near the Las Piedras River. Oh, wait a minute. Why is this? Okay. The deadly attack came one day after a logging company, which has been chopping down trees on the border of the tribe's jungle turf, lost its sustainability certification for 8 months. The firm was accused of building logging roads inside the tribe's territory and was stripped of its certification by the country. The group had previously fired arrows reporting an illegal logging camp, leaving one logger wounded on July 27th. In 2022, they also shot arrows that killed one logger and left another injured. So you get too close, they're going to shoot you.
Well, and that's kind of crazy because, again, they have no concept of law. Like,
Right.
you know.
Well, I just think...
Hey, you're in my way, and I'm going to shoot you now, and that's just the way it's been.
I just don't understand, if you're a logger, like, what... How tied are you to this company that you're like, yeah, okay, I'm going to risk my whole life for you just so I can log some trees for you?
I have no idea.
Why
man.
are you going out there?
Either that or they just don't respect the tribe and didn't think that they were dangerous. I mean, you got your maybe you're armed and you've got the, all this modern equipment. You're like, oh, what can happen? What can happen is you take an arrow to the chest. I do think that there's a lot of people that assume that these tribes are like, they're a bunch of primitive rubes, so what can they do to me? What they can do to you is hit you with a poison tree dart. And then thanks for coming. No. I just have a lot of respect, and I know where I'm not wanted. I know where I don't belong, and let me just tell you, that right there might be number one. Number two, top of a mountain. Not supposed to be there.
Peru's Ministry of Culture, which oversees indigenous rights, said it's investigating reports of the logger deaths. It plans to send a police helicopter to the area. That ought to go well.
What are they going to do with that? A police helicopter? I guarantee they're going to shoot arrows at that. That tribe, the Senegal people or whatever, they send planes over that, and those planes end up with arrows in the wings. They just shoot at them.
They're saying some of the people from this tribe have been seen firing arrows at tourist boats.
Oh, boy. Well, stop. It blows my mind. Here's my thing. If you're a tourist and you get hit in the head with one of these, it's your own fault. Like, what are you doing? This makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like those morons that go on like the safari, but like in the actual like African savannah, and then get out of your little Jeep. You're like, oh, I think I'll just walk around here. We're so moronic that we feel like we're like if we're at work or we're at like some sort of tour group that bad things can't happen to us. They can and they will, and you deserve it.
I think one problem here is that some people, particularly in I'm just going to single this one group out.
Let's do it.
But it's not just this group, but this I know to be true, is a lot of the Christian missionary people.
Yeah.
They in their loins, they believe
they're going to be the ones.
They're going to be the ones to
save them.
Or just
convert them to Jesus.
Or just like make contact and start that relationship, right? They believe that.
Yep.
People believe it's the damn human ego. It's like, nope, I'm going to be the one. Remember that kid? He was a Christian missionary.
Yep.
He showed up in the water and with a Bible or something, and was
he was determined to
They
teach.
shot his ass right in the water.
He said that God had inspired him to go share the message, and they shared their message with him, and their message was, "Your ass is dead," and they were going to pray to you around the beach. I don't get that.
Now there is one little bit in here. This is from the New York Post. It says some members of the tribe have reportedly also emerged from the forest in an attempt to trade machetes and food with residents of nearby villages.
Oh, okay. So we're doing a little barter system.
So there is a little,
there's
a little something going down there. They know other people are around.
Yeah.
And they'll trade you a machete for a potato or something. I don't know.
Boy, I
don't know. Maybe 5 potatoes.
I would be fascinated to know what they think. Like what. Because like you said, they know there's different people than them. They know that they have things that they want. Like, I wonder how aware of anything in society in general. I would be fascinated if someone could actually communicate with them. But a lot of the times they don't even speak the language, right? We don't even know.
I'm sure they have their own.
Yeah, they have their own.
Maybe we drop a bunch of iPhones in there.
Yeah,
see what happens.
Yeah.
No, then you guys talked about that story of the tribe in Brazil. I think also that like just in a different part of the Amazon that got internet. That'll ruin the tribe, too.
What? I don't remember that.
It was a month or two ago.
We talked about that?
Yeah, I got a long conversation going between my wife and I, so I remember it because we were listening to the show. And it was the internet they wanted the internet with this tribe so they could learn how to, be a part of society, integrate themselves, and it ended up with people.
Didn't go well.
No, like they just started watching porn. They became violent with each other because of it. It was bad.
No way.
Well, there's a funny movie it's either I think it's in the 80s. It might have been the late 70s, but I think it was like mid-80s, and it was called The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Yes!
And it's a really funny movie, but it's about an African tribe, and a guy from an airplane.
Yep.
He takes a Coke bottle, just a metal, or not a metal, but
old Mexican Coke bottle.
Yeah, the old Mexican Coke bottle, the glass Coke bottle, and he throws it out of the airplane, and it hits one of the tribesmen on the head, and he's like, "Oh my God, what's this?" And so they think it's some sort of gift from the gods. It's this thing, and it turns into an absolute disaster because they all want the Coke bottle, and it's a really funny movie about introducing just something as stupid and simple as a Coke bottle to a tribe. But yeah, if you give them the internet, it turns out they just want porn, which again is
Can you blame them?
No, you can't. This is why I said you can't. We can't introduce them to 2024 hots. They have no way to process that. None.
Would they even think they're hot?
I think eventually they'd think what they were doing was pretty cool. They're like, whoa, 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 what is this? The Dutch rudder.
Something would catch their eye.
Yeah. All of a sudden, samesies isn't so cool. Or
Wait.
maybe it is.
Wait, what are you doing with a ping pong ball? Okay.
I don't think they know what a ping pong ball is.
See.
Why you got to go there?
You've never been to Amsterdam?
Yeah, and let me tell you something. It's not that cool. I saw that, and
It's a little overrated.
I don't understand what's sexy about that. That wasn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I went to one of those shows in Amsterdam where the two people were on stage, like doing it, and let me just say that might be the most awkward thing I've ever been to in my entire life. It was so weird because
wait, who was it?
No, it was just like
some guy and girl.
Yeah, some guy and girl
doing it up there.
Yeah, we went to this theater in Amsterdam, and it was like. Are
you kidding
me? Like with a group of people?
So think about like a burlesque show, right?
Okay.
So and one lady did the ping pong ball thing.
Ugh.
And then, everyone's like, and then she's like, hey, and she's trying to get the crowd like
Everyone's
ripped into-
like, oh.
Yeah, everyone's like
Okay.
kind of doing like
What's
this
happening?
sort of clap thing. And then there was a couple other acts, like there was a couple different things.
Acts.
Yeah, like it was in acts, right? Like they came on. Think of like a high school or like a middle school talent show, just not. And so then they brought out like one of those like portable beds and put it in the middle, and then a guy and a girl came out, and the guy was like, no one knew what to do. We're all sitting there, there's a bunch of tourists like me, and the dude was like Happy Gilmore. He was like trying to get the crowd into it. He's like, yeah, come on. And no one, like he wanted us to cheer, but it was really weird to cheer. And
why did you go to that?
I don't know.
The
Dude,
hell?
it was like $22.
When in Rome, baby.
What do you do when you go to Amsterdam? I thought, let's go to the red light district.
I'm the one doing it.
Well, you can do that
Not
too.
watching people do it.
Well, I'm just saying, that thing was weird. So that old ping pong thing, that is the most overrated thing. There's nothing remotely sexual about that. You just feel bad. Like when you're just like this. You're right. You have that. The feeling of why did I pay for this? That is the feeling that you have. Not like, ooh, that's hot.
Couple of texts here. Deal says, what if when we contact them, they just simply ask, where's the beef?
Love it.
Yeah, it's a good question. That would blow our minds.
Yeah.
Like, wait,
Talk
how do you know about
that? Where's the Baconator? Like that's what they ask for? Like, I'll
And they
take
pull out the old lady from the Wendy's commercial. She's been held hostage.
Been searching for a double-double for years.
Somebody said we need to get them jalapeno Cheetos. What do you think of all the not American, but just worldly crap?
Boy.
What do you think would stop them down and they'd be like, oh my God, this is amazing?
Well, I mean, the easiest one, and they couldn't even comprehend it, would just be a smartphone. I mean, like honestly, I think
but let's talk about
break
like
them.
just food,
Simple
things
things
you can eat, taste.
Yeah, I bet some clothing would blow them away.
Yeah,
just the idea, like
nice little warm sweatshirt.
Yeah, you're
Milwaukee
like
Brewers sweatshirt.
Yeah, you brought them a pair of dungarees, some tough skins. I don't like some hiking boots. You're like, look, they don't have shoes. Imagine walking through that jungle. And we're like, hey, check this out. But
Some
then
nice Nikes.
Yeah, maybe they'd hate them though. They're like, what is this? What is this crap?
Do you have anything in green?
But I'm guessing, like everything they eat obviously is natural, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing if you brought them like a Red Bull,
pure sugar.
just pure. I'm trying to think of just something like.
See, I think they would get sick.
If you brought them a Red Bull and then like the sugariest dessert, like you brought them some like Hostess like cupcake type things, I don't think their body can process it.
That's what I say. I think they'd get sick.
they would, either that or immediately they'd be like, I'm never eating anything but this Twinkie ever again. Like here's a Twinkie, rock at it. Or how about this one? Ice.
Oh,
Imagine an ice cold Dr. Pepper or root beer, whatever your favorite soda is. First off, they've never seen ice, no idea what it is, never seen soda. Imagine how delicious like a McDonald's Coca-Cola is. An ice cold McDonald's Coke. And you just handed them that beverage. Imagine what that must be like. Your first truly cold beverage in your life, and it's Coca-Cola. Game changer.
Do you think the tribes have trade boards like front offices of professional sports teams?
I'd like to think so.
Yeah, like they move the machete up.
Yeah.
They get a little hungry, the food goes higher.
Yeah, the draft board. Move it around a little bit.
Oh, man. If they only knew. It's all out of love, Peruvian tribe.
Yeah.
We love you. I'm sure you're great. And you know what the other thing? One more thing on this. You know, when two people get shot by a group of people, that typically sparks outrage in human society, right? Like that, we do not.
Yeah, that doesn't.
It usually means war. In many cases, it means war.
Yes.
With these people,
no.
We're like, all good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
No. I don't think there's anything that tribe could do
Shoot whoever you want
to someone like, and I would be like, they're at fault.
See, I really am half surprised because humans are idiots that some people haven't tried to go in there and like fight them, you know, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like start something with them.
Sure. Some jackass.
Yeah. Just, like.
Yeah, I could see that. But it's so hard to even get there.
I guess so.
I think
but
that
they know where they are.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I just think that eliminates like that takes a big effort to even get to see those guys. That and the whole thing of like, yeah, I'm gonna die. But yeah, I could see some jackass going down there with a couple AR-15s, like I'm gonna wipe him out, and then like again, you get hit in the neck, but by an arrow that you don't even see coming. There's a good Twilight Zone about that. About these soldiers that go think they're gonna save Custer in The Last Stand because they got a couple modern army things, and then they come up over the hill and see a couple thousand Native Americans running at them, and they're like, "Whoops!"
Give them toilet paper and an iPhone. What interests them more?
Good question.
Probably the toilet paper.
Yeah, some TP. Although, hey, maybe they're doing it the right way. I mean, just,
they start eating it.
Squat berry, maybe a little splashy splash in some water.
I think they're fine.
Well, maybe they're doing great.
Yeah, we're doing it wrong here. They just need a bidet. That's what they need.
That's what the river's all about.
All right, guys. There is the latest on the lost tribe in Peru. When a TikTok trend is just plain fraud, that's next. Here is Schulte.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Seattle Mariners trying to get right, losing 4 straight as they go into Game 3 of 4 against Oakland. Down in Oakland, their final series ever at the Coliseum. It just started, the Mariners Athletics game did. Top of the first, J.P. Crawford going down in his first at-bat. So you got 1 out, Julio's at the plate, and it is now a 1-1 count. We'll see if they can actually get the win tonight. George Kirby and J.P. Sears on the bump on Root Sports. In the NFL, the Washington Commanders suspending Vice President of Content Rael Entine for comments made to an undercover reporter disparaging the team's players, disparaging Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, as well as calling Commissioner Roger Goodell a, quote, $50 million puppet. He's been with the Commanders for the last 4 seasons. The Houston Texans signing backup quarterback Davis Mills to a 1-year, $5 million extension. The Jets signing defensive back Michael Carter to a 3-year, $30 million extension. That includes $19 million in guarantees. And also the Broncos signing Patrick Surtain to a 4-year, $96 million deal. That includes $77.5 million in guaranteed money. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan.
The Marley Brothers. Ziggy, Steven, Julian.
K Money, and Damian Marley bring you the Legacy Tour. Friday, September 6th, RV In Style Resorts Amphitheater. Catch all five brothers celebrating the music you know and love. Don't miss this rare collaboration as they perform the classic and timeless songs from their father's catalog, as well as their own iconic music. The Marley Brothers. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Live Nation.
Hey, what's up? It's Rop and Sook for the Advocates here. Donacan, Ken, and Donnie are their names. Ken's the dude, and Donnie is the gal.
That I'm kind of afraid of, but
she's a badass.
She's a badass.
They both are, and they are the Advocates, and so we've become friends with them, and they're a new client here on the Fan, and they are great because they kind of get us. Like, they wanted to be on our show because they get our show. And not everybody gets our show.
No.
But you guys out there get our show, and so that would mean that they get you, and the way that they do
that triangle that you got going on there.
I mean, attorneys, look, it's kind of scary, right?
Yes.
Like, it's like, I don't want to call an attorney. It's going to cost me a lot of money and this and that. These people are so chill and so great. It costs nothing to call them. They're personal injury attorneys, and it costs nothing to call them, and their consultation costs nothing.
Yeah, so
they don't get paid until you get paid.
Yeah, so whatever, if you've been injured, whether it's an accident, something at work, the insurance companies have a lot of attorneys, and their job is to try to screw you over as hard as humanly possible. And you need someone that's going to push back. And I'm telling you, Ken and Donnie and the Advocates, they push back, because you should have someone on your side too. And the great part about it is you will never write them a check. If they don't get you any money, you don't pay them any money. It is literally zero risk to give these guys a call. And you're going to be glad that you do.
If you've been injured, or you need, I don't know, that's the other thing about personal injury attorneys. Like, I don't know when I need one. I don't know.
So if you think you do,
if you think you do, that's right. Or you just need a lawyer, you deserve an advocate. You need more than a lawyer. You need an advocate. And their website, you can find them at advocateslaw.com. That's advocateslaw.com. And they come with the Isaac and Sook stamp of approval.
Boom.
Window Nation can help beat the heat.
I mean, are you on all the?
No, but I wasn't on any of that stuff before, and I still. That's why I'm asking a legitimate question. I just haven't.
Well, define what is a thing? You know,
I don't know. Like for a while, dude, she was the thing, and like I saw her, like she was on like the Bill Maher podcast, and she was like throwing out first pitches.
She's been doing a lot of interviews,
and so I don't know. I don't know what old Haley Hochtua Welch, I believe.
Haley Welch, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but TikTok. Real quick, I've got the latest TikTok trend. This one's really dumb because
my god, it's just unbelievable.
It's fraud.
Yeah, and people were doing it in mass.
Yeah.
If you want to know how dumb people are,
this
is your
really
answer.
does explain everything.
Yes.
About why we're going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, idiocracy right around the corner.
So on TikTok there was a trend that and it was presented as like, hey,
a hack.
You can do this. This is just a hole in the system.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it was with Chase Bank, and what they would do is, because sometimes when you deposit a check, they offer you some of the check in your account right away.
Yes.
Right?
And then
Before the whole thing
You
clears.
gotta wait for the thing to clear.
So at Chase, somebody figured out that you could do this, but you could just deposit fake checks in the ATM.
Yeah, they were writing checks to themselves.
So they're writing big, giant checks to themselves, putting them in the ATM, and part of the balance does show up in their account. And then what they do is they would take cash out for that amount.
Yeah.
Free money.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It's fraud.
One jackass did this to the tune of $40,000.
I mean, my God.
And then, like 2 days later, they opened up their bank account and were like, I have a negative $40,000 thing. And then had the nerve, some of these people were calling Chase and being like, I have a negative balance. And Chase was like, yeah, this is called fraud. Have the money back or else. I mean, some of these people are going to go to prison. And all because some jackass on TikTok was like, hey, guys, I got to wait for free money. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I want to say that no one could be this dumb, but indeed,
they're that dumb.
People are this dumb.
Yeah, one
I mean,
video
it's shocking.
One video shows a guy throwing dollar bills in the air.
Yeah,
all fired up.
Like I don't want to see anyone's life ruined, but I laugh at this.
Look, this is thinning the herd, isn't it?
It really is, and I guess that's why I say I don't feel bad. Like I always say, something was going to get you eventually, so it might as well be this. Like good riddance. Like you just. At that point,
it's also
you're just dragging us all down.
It also shows the danger of TikTok when you just present something as a glitch.
Yeah, and people.
I mean, come on, most people know that that's check fraud, but
do they?
For those that yes, I mean that's pretty basic, but because you don't have the money, like, why do you? Who on earth thinks that's legal? But okay, I get it. There's some dum-dums out there. So on TikTok, presenting it as, a glitch.
Yeah.
Is just another level of absurdity.
The sad part is that it just goes back to like people always want to believe it's like with like weight loss, right? Like the moment you tell someone, "Hey, take this pill, you'll get skinny," there's no end to what, no testing. What do it? They take this, your up tops will grow bigger, or dudes and their downstairs. Like we'll do anything.
Wait, what?
It's a gas station thing. Like people will do anything.
What station?
Because it's a Shell station off of Highway.
Where?
We'll talk later. They sell good chicken there too. But yeah, people will look for any sort of shortcut. So this idea that like screwing over the man, you don't get one over on the man.
No.
The man wins every time. Every time.
Yeah,
you really think that a bank is just going to be like, well, you got me there.
Oh, yeah, it was a glitch. Keep the money. We'll fix it.
Oh, 40 grand? Next time we'll get it.
Let me just say this to every one of those jackass TikTokers. You realize that even if the bank makes a mistake and puts $40,000 in your account that you didn't do anything, they just accidentally put it in there.
Still not yours.
That's still not yours. And so if you take that money and you take it out and go to spend it, they will come after you and get their money back. You don't even get to keep that, let alone writing yourself a check.
Oh, you TikTokers. All right, we got to go. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on The Fan.
Gabriel, tray shot to the right side. Snap to throw. Swing it out. Wide open. Catch me. Touchdown, Tez Johnson.
Pre-game, game action, and post-game coverage of the Ducks' first Big Ten season is brought to you by Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly.
Ultimately, what should the Big Ten know about Oregon? That we're mighty different.
The Ducks play here. 1080.
Life lessons to all the sinners.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double sun power!
All right, well, I think we got to go.
I think so.
Yeah, we're way over.
Yeah.
I blame Schultze
My
because...
fault.
Yeah, see? His fault.
Clearly.
There we go.
I just talk too much. Love being in with you guys, you know. So.
Yeah. You got to shut her down,
Yeah.
Schultze. You got to
Maybe
keep us on the
Maybe
clock.
you can wear a different Mariner hat tomorrow.
Well, he's
one
got
of 30.
70 of them.
So.
Jeez Louise.
No, the 69 was a tongue-in-cheek joke, but I do have about 30 hats. It's true.
All Mariner hats?
30 Mariner hats?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
And you have no other hats other than Mariner hats, and there's 30 of them?
No, I have a Blazers hat. I have a couple of Ducks hats as well, but mostly Blazers hats. Or, excuse me, mostly Mariners hats. But yeah, just a little sprinkled in from other sports in that collection as well.
That's something.
Where do you keep them?
In my studio. So I just got a big old hat rack hanger on my door. So on the back of my studio door, where I go to tape all my stuff at home, just in there.
Home studio.
Yeah, you gotta have that now.
Not even Big Souk has that.
No, I don't.
Well, because you guys are, you're already doing this. You don't need it.
I'm going to become an influencer, though.
I think you should.
I'm going to do it from my fireplace.
What?
No, you gotta have
What
the
does that
mantle in the
mean?
background. Looking all sexy.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit in front of my fireplace. This is going to be me drinking.
Cool. Pretty influential.
That's right.
All right, everybody have a great night. We're back tomorrow. 3-7 to fan. Good night.
Friendships of Spain.